All right, good evening. Welcome to the first match of the final round on Dash 28 Live. We have Alex Coos versus Ryan Munsell. With me, we have Brenton Williams and Matt Kroger commentating, and later on, we will be joined by Anthony Ray Shields in about an hour or so. And yeah, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so this is the final round. This is table 5, I think. Ryan and Alex are at the 10th and 11th spot. They're only separated by 2 points. Ryan does have the 2-point lead, so Alex would have to win by at least 2 points, which isn't too hard to do in this scoring system if he does win. But yeah, we're going into it, and ranking every point will matter here. Did you want to let's go ahead and get into the army list.
All right.
Let's go with Alex first because that's what I have open.
Okay, so I will be using Undead as I have been for the whole tournament. It's a slightly different list. It's similar to my last round list, but a few small changes for this scenario. Just wanted one more scoring unit, so I dropped my Ghoul Ghast. So I have 2 regiments of zombies, a horde of zombies, and then 2 regiments of Soul Reaver infantry, one with Dwarven Ale, one with Chalice of Wrath, 3 troops of Revenant cavalry, 2 hordes of wights, one with Haste and one with Caterpillar, 3 Balefire catapults, a Vampire and Pegasus with Lightning Bolt 3 and the Boomstick, and a Necromancer with Inspiring Talisman and Bane Chant.
Very cool. The first thing I will notice is you only have one individual and 2 heroes.
Yes.
And you said you dropped that. You had a Ghoul Ghast previously, and you dropped it for another scoring unit.
Yes, I had 2 hordes of zombies, so I switched into 2 regiments, and then kind of added some items. I wanted a Bane Chant for this list, so I kind of had to do a bit of juggling to fit it in.
Cool. Now let's go over Ryan's list, which is there we go. All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Alrighty, so I'm playing Salamanders. I've played them so far for the whole tournament. Mostly the same list, but this one's a little different. Again, like Alex, I played it last round. I have 3 troops of Ancients. I have a horde of Ceremonial Guard with the Brew of Strength. I have 2 hordes of Tyrants, one with Caterpillar and one with J-Boots. I have 2 regiments of Rhinosaur Cavalry, 2 Lachilodons, a Phoenix, a Clan Lord on Firedrake with Sharpness, and I have Firebrand.
Very cool. And then we talked a little bit before we went on live. You said Firebrand had been our tackle before, right? What prompted that change?
Against Undead, I have found our tackle is not as useful because with all the drain life out there that's mobile, she just gets killed quicker and then it heals up their units. So Firebrand does similar stuff, just not as well, but it's more durable. So.
All right, so you essentially got her for the defense 5.
Yeah.
And higher nerve. Okay.
She also inspires everything, which at times in this list I've had problems when the ancient troops get out there, stuff isn't inspired. So.
Okay, let's go ahead and go over deployment. Now we have Alex at the top screen, so let's go ahead and have you start. Let's say left to right.
Yeah. So we have the Pathfinder Wights behind RevCav, and then we have the zombie horde in the front with the Haste Wights and Zombie Regiment behind them with the Necromancer. And then the 3 Balefires across the back, and then on the right flank I have the 2 RevCav troops with the Soul Reaver infantry behind them, with the Vampire supporting them, and a Zombie Regiment in the back there.
Very cool. And then Ryan, let's go over your deployment left to right.
Okay. I have a Rhinosaur Cavalry Regiment. Next to them is an Ancient Troop with a horde of Tyrants behind them with J-Boots. I have a Phoenix, a then another regiment of Rhinosaur cavalry with Pathfinder tyrants behind them. Then a Lachilodon, followed by Firebrand, the Horde of Ceremonial Guard with strength, another troop of Ancients, another Lachilodon, the Clan Lord on Fire Drake with sharpness, and then another troop of Ancients.
All right, very cool. Brent and Matt, do y'all have any questions before we let these guys get started?
No, I'm good. Just letting them get into it.
Let the
All right,
blood
sounds
fly.
good. Good luck, guys. We're going to kick you out of here now, and
Thanks for the intro.
have a good game.
Thanks.
Okay, we can now safely talk about their list and what we think of the deployment. Any opening thoughts?
So first, I kind of wanted to go over the scenario we're playing. It's Salt the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. So for those not familiar, Salt the Earth is the objective-based game. And it is the one where at the end of your turn, you can blow up one of the objectives that you control, and it's just gone from the board. You don't score from it. You don't get anything for it. It's just gone.
So it's good to note that even in Northern Kings, there's no weird bonus points for destroying it. It's essentially pillage where you can remove tokens.
And the question might be, why would you want to do that? Well, it allows you to prevent the opponent from getting it. Like if you can claim one, but you know you're going to lose that flank later, you can just get it off the board, and then there's nothing to fight for there. The issue is the way they set these objectives up is, at least right now, there's no real good places that anyone wants to rush to an objective and destroy it early or something like that. So we'll see how it plays out as the battle goes on. But for now, there's nothing that's jumping out as like a quick snatch an objective and blow it up to change the shape of the battle.
No, yeah, the placement of objectives is very central. We're seeing, it essentially looks like a six-sided dice with the center marked as well. So it's definitely focused towards the middle, and there's nothing cheeky you can do with a fast flyer, which they both have.
Well, yeah. Interestingly, with each two in their deployment zone, I wonder, are they gonna destroy them quickly, or are they gonna hold stuff back? Because normally Alex would be pushing forward fairly aggressively, I think. But two tokens in the deployment zone might change that.
Yeah, he's got those little zombie regiments chilling that can sit, and if he has to push those forward to win the game later, like my guess is they'll sit by those objectives if he needs to use them for something. Like if he can see that in advance, maybe he'll blow up the objective and then go do the thing he needs to do. But since you blow them up at the end of your term, that might be a bit of he'll have to sort of know. But watch for that. I think those back two his job is to hold those objectives while the rest of his units win the game.
And likewise on Ryan's side, you'll notice he has his Lachilodons on his objective. So they don't have the longest range, but eventually Alex is going to have to walk into that range. So
what are they? Are they
he
range
does have
30?
people who can sit back there. They're range 18.
18, right? Okay.
Yeah, so they're like the firebolt stuff. So they can move up a little bit, but turn two they'll have targets anyway. And we're seeing the Rhinosaur cavalry regiments, the Salamander's version of Thick Chaff. Trademark Ashley. But and then we're also seeing the Revenant Cav troops. So a lot of Thick Chaff going around that are all going to be a little harder to remove. Also, neither of these lists have very many individuals. So a lot of scoring units in a very small space, considering where the objectives are.
Yeah, no, not a lot of stuff that's going to die easily at all, although anything could die easily to three of the second best war machines in the game if they all go off. Yeah.
For anyone who's not familiar with Balefire catapults, 2 shots hitting on 5s like most war machines. They're blast D3+1, ignoring cover and indirect. They're piercing 2, and the thing that makes them really devastating is they have unholy flames, which allows them to reroll, what is it, D3 missed wounds?
Yep.
Something like that? Yeah.
Yep.
So
It's
it's
essentially
kind of like a
vision.
better vision. A little bit better, because if you roll a 2, you can still reroll it.
Yeah.
One thing it does not have over their Bizzle Dwarf 1 is shattering. Yeah, or pierce 3. You generally don't see undead take him very much, and that's because undead actually is pretty like flushed with choices. It looks like Ryan is seeing if he can get that clan lord up the field and what kind of arcs of sight he would have. It looks like he could move far enough to dodge the first one, and now he's checking on the second one. Let me turn on the arcs. There we go. And so he's lining this up. That way he can move his unit without actually having to consistently click back on the opponent. So with a 14-inch move and a single pivot, he can make it so that only one Balefire Catapult can hit, which is usually a pretty good thing. If you can get him to split the fire, there's less likely chances of removing a unit outright. Ryan has kept his left flank over here from mostly being able to get triple tap. It does look like this Rhinosaur regiment might be able to get hit by all 3, but that's not really would be a really huge loss for him. I think the biggest thing he's going to worry about is this: if the Ceremonial Guard Horde gets the focus of all 3 units, and that is a scary unit. 30 attacks on 4s and crush 2. They're going to be they're going to bring the pain against anything they have. They essentially hit like a Dire Fang horde.
Yeah, and that, like, my initial look at Ryan's list, we haven't done deep analysis on it yet, but he's built around 3 units and a dragon, right? He has his giant, scary ceremonial guard with Brew of Strength that makes them absolute beat sticks. 30 attacks, melee 4, phalanx, and then they bump up to crushing strength 2. So they kill what they want. And then he has his 2 tyrant hordes, which are, like you said, basically Dire Fang hordes walking around. Everything else in this list feels like enablers for those, right? Like three ancient troops, which are kind of, -13, inspiring, 120 points. Defense 6, so their job is just get in the way and be annoying. And he has the Rhinosaur Cavalry, -15, defense 5, the Chelidons, which can be chaff but are also light shooting, Phoenix to keep all that stuff sticking around. It's really just those 3 units that need to do all of the work, and everything else in the list feels like enabling those 3 units to do it.
Yeah, you said that it might not bother him too much if that thick chaff gets taken off, but he's been pretty much outsped across the board, isn't he? So I think if that goes, it's really going to affect his ability to get the combats that he wants.
So is the dragon in arc of the Revenant Cav? Like,
of the Revenant Cav, yes. So he is offering a charge to them. And it honestly looks like he might. Okay, the Ancients will be able to countercharge or multi-charge with them barely, which should equal Dead Revenant Cav, but that should also equal Pegasus Vampire and Soul Reavers looking at your scary dragon and probably going to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he can start. It's a piece trading game, and there's a lot of tricks you can do, but it feels like commits RevCav, pins Dragon, Ryan commits stuff into counterattack. Alex can commit more in and end up cleaning up that side, because those vampires will drop what they need to. So unless he starts pitching in resources from the middle, that feels is that a Liquilodon chilling in the behind the wall there?
Yeah, that's a Liquilodon, so
Okay.
not going to contribute any meaningfully in combat.
Yeah, but might be able to get in the way of something. We'll see, but that, I don't know. It's a aggressive position with the dragon. We've seen some other games where people dance around with the dragon the entire game. So I do like it, seeing it be aggressive. I'm just wondering. I always worry when you can get your dragon pinned like first turn.
Well, he doesn't seem to have an escape plan. Like he can't bail to the right because of the blocking. He can't bail to the left with the dragon because of the wall and the Liquilodon. Like I don't think he's, and the fact that there's a Pegasus there also. So once he gets pinned, he is going to be stuck there, and he's going to be hit by Soul Reavers because he doesn't have any speed on that side at all to mitigate that.
And the stuff that would come and help. I mean, what is that? A Ancients in the middle, next to the ceremonial guard horde.
Ancients.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two ancient troops. I mean, they're not packing punch. They're roadblocks. But I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, they're no slouches either. 10 attacks on 3s or crush 1, but they're only speed 4, so they're not going to get these middle ones aren't in any position to help the right flank really at all.
But it doesn't look like he's taking that charge with the Rev Cap.
No, he's which I'm really surprised, because he could have moved the Soul Reaver up onto the hill and been able to charge the dragon off the hill.
Yeah.
Might have to remember to ask him that at the end of the game.
I mean, I always hate being like, hey, remember first turn when you messed up?
Yeah.
But well, we should see how this entire turn goes, and I feel bad.
Yeah, maybe he figures that he's going to just try to pepper him. He does have Lightning Bolt 6 in the Pegasus.
Good. Yeah, you have a chance to sit down like 350 points worth of flyer.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to contemplate someone having a long-term game, Brinton, when I never have one. So yeah.
It just, I don't know. Unless we're missing something but I just feel like that is such an obvious chance for Rev Cap to stick a wound on it.
Well, yeah, it's just going to be such a pain in his backside now for not sitting it down.
Yeah, because Ryan will have position over here on the right to dance out of arc.
Yeah.
And there is no surge over there, so he doesn't have to worry about that. His only surge is his Necromancer, way over in the left flank, and he can only pretty much reach the left flank of that hill.
Yeah.
His targets.
Brenton's right, though. Maybe we should wait. There might be 35 undos yet, and he might just go back and change his mind.
Yeah. That's definitely something that happens in Universal Battle.
Well, he should. He should change his mind. I mean, unless someone in the chat or someone else on the panel is seeing the huge trap that Ryan just laid that we're not seeing. But for me, it feels like he goes in there, he trades for that dragon, and then, I mean, because if he commits anything from his middle, like you would love that ceremonial guard horde to start trying to turn and deal with something on his right flank. That's great for you.
Yeah. Alex has enough speed that anything that turns to try to deal with a different flank is going to get flanked themselves.
Like, that's the thing. The army Ryan has built crushes things in front of it. It just, if you get it angled or turning or reacting, that's where the gaps appear, and you can take off those key pieces. And once those key pieces are gone, you're fighting troops and phoenixes, and it's not scary anymore. It's those three hammers plus the dragon. And if you have a chance to pin that dragon now, good Lord, do it.
Yeah, I don't know what Alex is thinking here, because I mean, if I was Ryan, I'd move up over to where this pond is and just start looking left and threatening everything, freezing everything.
Like it feels almost like instead of stopping it and punching it in the face and slowing it down, he's giving it like a red carpet to his back line. Like, come on over, just fly down this route. I don't know.
Yeah,
And
so
deployment-wise,
yeah. Well, Tom was saying that, like, would he shoot with his balefires, but he was very careful, Tom, to leave it out of range, our arc of 2. So, you know, that's not the reason.
Yeah, and also sure, he could get hot rolls and take it off, and you're like, good job, you just blasted the dragon, and the rest of your stuff is still moving to be set up to win. But like, you can't count on that. Like, it's, I don't know. It baffles me. The hair pomade has leaked into his brain and prevented the charge. Alex does have amazing hair, but in this case, I don't know. We'll have to see how the whole turn pans out in future, but this feels like he's putting himself on the back foot. It feels like a self-inflicted tactical wound. So, and
this is also where I don't like how castled up Alex is deployed. He's deployed in a phalanx, essentially, like he's just a big block. He's not trying to flank at all, and if he had one of the Revenant calves to the right of the pond and another one to the right of the forest, which he considered doing with a white horde, that would slow down anybody coming up on the flank as well. And he has the speed where he could have done that.
So he's got these 3 balefire catapults. What should he be shooting? Because the chat is right on this. It looks like a bunch of bad targets.
I say Ceremonial Guard Horde, personally. If you all 3 of them will have line of sight to them, they're gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with them. That's if you can do enough wounds that your Soul Reavers can take him out in one hit, that's a pretty big blow to Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a good round, if you get the bad round of shooting, it all goes away with the healing and the Radiance of Life, etc.
He should be able to take out 3 wounds.
So how much healing does Ryan have? He has the Phoenix.
That's it. Just the Phoenix.
Anything else kicking around with sneaky regeneration? I'm thinking his earlier rounds he had even more healing, and I think that's stuck in my brain, and I'm just thinking this list has a bunch of heal. But
Salamanders can go heal heavy, but in this case he's only done the Phoenix, which is a decent heal, but it's much more of a utility piece. All right, so it looks like Alex is checking to see if that giant dragon can fit against his Soul Reavers, which it looks like he can.
He's about to spend a bunch of time trying to find ways to prevent charges that shouldn't be possible because that dragon should not be flying.
Well, honestly, though, he shouldn't care about the Soul Reavers getting hit. If they got hit in that exact position, the Clan Lord on Dragon he's only crushed 2, so even hitting on 3s, you're looking at like 7 wounds, and he has waiver mitigation in the Soul Reavers, and then his dragon is surrounded by 2 Soul Reavers. Both of them will have a flank charge, and behind 2 Revenant calves, so those Revenant calves can block whatever's coming in.
Have you got something queued up for later, Pat, for thinking music that we can just overlay at different points?
No, I do not, unfortunately.
So this is one of those interesting that like you almost kind of don't want to signal that you were thinking about that charge if you wanted him to take it. And you almost the mental game there is you almost want them to think like, aha, he didn't notice this charge and I just fit, and not take all the time to think about don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just confused. I'm confused by his that flank. So I'm going to try and look at the other flank and see what he should do there.
He's
Yeah,
got
they're
a
both-
ton of stuff just on the other side of Forest. They're going to be playing chicken for a little bit.
Yeah, and who does that benefit?
I think
I
that
agree with you,
benefits
Pat.
Alex.
I liked it when he was looking at. I mean, the viewers didn't see it, but when he was looking at in deployment at hanging that white horde out to the flank, I think that would have been a lot better.
Yeah, he was originally planning to put the these haste white horde over to the left of the Forest, and I think that's what I would have done. It would have anchored Ryan's entire left flank from being able to turn very easily.
Yeah, I think for me the fear there, not saying it's right or wrong, the fear always with hanging a unit out like that is he's removing power from his center. And both these deployments are set up to just go up and bash each other because they both have really, really strong sort of hammer units. But yeah, I would have loved to see something trickier from him on the flank that doesn't have the dragon in order to slow down and pin back that side. And just especially if it was whites flyers where you can keep units honest, because if you can see a flank, you can hit that flank. But
yeah, and because he did outdrop him by about 3 drops, wasn't it? 3 or 4 drops.
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
Alex had
hello.
I think it's 15 drops.
Someone's listening to the stream.
Oh. Using the glorious undo button,
Yeah,
he decided to go ahead and take the charge.
do the thing. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and the only way that dragon gets out of charge range of the Soul Reavers is by backing up, and then you just take another charge. Actually, if he backs up, the Ancients can charge the Revenants.
Yeah, so you move the Pegasus into a spot to punch it again.
Yep.
Like you just chase that thing, hitting it each round, moving the Soul Reavers up. You use Revenant Cav and the threat of Soul Reavers on the hill, that second unit, to keep the ceremonial guard out of the fight. And you take that dragon. It might take a couple turns, but he's yours. Because that rock gives them nowhere to run. Like,
yeah.
And this is like, for me, maybe again I'm missing something, but like, why did Ryan let this happen?
Yeah.
It feels like a bad spot to be in, because if you throw your Ancients into the Rev Cav, I don't know, it feels bad. And also, I would be shifting that Necromancer that direction on foot, because I think at some point you're going to need tricky surge.
Yeah, I think first in this turn he should march it pretty much 10 inches. Maybe not directly right, but kind of like at a 45-degree angle and start getting over there.
And that's the thing, like I'm used to having footcasters with surge from playing dwarves, and you have to commit early. If you think someone's going to need it on that side ever, you got to go. You got to start going now. And I almost always deployed them sort of middle or middle-ish, just to give them that chance to, because you don't really need them the first turn or two, just to run them to the side that they're going to need to be in. Yeah,
do you think he actually will? I mean, from his deployment, it seems that he really wants them with his whites.
And that's fine, but I feel like the whites are going to stay sort of, like, I don't think the whites are suddenly going to make a big wraparound move. He can put that kind of in line with the center objective for this turn. And it can still react to any necessary surges from the whites and start moving over there if it's needed.
If he moves 10 inches to the right, he should still be able to get anything up to this bottom forest and that middle objective.
Yeah. So Maggers in the chat is trying to provide an explanation for Ryan's move. So he's saying dragon takes the charge, ancients block up the cab in return while the dragon backs up, and then a turn later jumps over.
I think that would be the best move for Ryan.
But that's where I'm thinking, this Pegasus can keep it honest, hopefully.
Yeah.
And you get a surge caster over there, but we'll see.
Yeah, because if the dragon backs up, he could back up just enough. These ancients can hit so that the Pegasus won't be able to charge the dragon. So all he has to do is pack up 2 inches. The ancients will hit that corner and then slide over and slide right in front of the dragon.
Great. So you have
in that case.
But Alex takes off the ancients. He's now staring at a dragon that has to hop over, and I think the Pegasus should be covering the backfield. But
yeah. He can still be sat down by the Pegasus at any point, really, can't he? So.
And like, you're committing a lot of resources to kill it, and I get that, but I feel like with the speed of the Soul Reaver infantry, if you can get that threat removed, you will still have a couple turns to influence the center of the battle at the end, to turn in, go for objectives, and own that
feel
flank.
Ryan on his next turn should go ahead and delete this central right objective with his ancients.
When I was saying earlier, like, what can happen to change this? And I feel like that Lakiladon backs up and the ancients move forward, and he just decides we're fighting. Because if you kill those, I think you can only delete one a turn. Oh no, any objective marker they control.
Yep.
So if he deletes those two, and we're fighting over this lineup on the our left, Alex's right, the center, and that back one, that's a whole different battle line that he can form.
Yeah, he can kind of swing this battle line up. In which case, his Silmo Guard will be essentially anchoring. Everything will have to get through them first.
Which is what they want to do. They just basically hinge on that center objective and say, "Come at me, bro."
Is that Rev Cav on the left touching the forest now? It looks like it, doesn't it?
It does.
Move forward. Yeah.
At the same time, though, I think Alex doesn't care if they get flanked, because it means they're in a forest ready to be charged.
As long as it's something worth picking up, right?
Yeah, chances are, if Ryan does take it, he takes it with these Rhinosaurs, which are kind of worth it. They're not super key, but they're not super disposable either.
18 attacks on 4, crush 1, thunderous 1.
Yeah, with brutal.
And I just wonder if that would allow him to push forward like he wants to then behind that thick chaff.
There's no guarantee he gets them. I think it's like in the
charge the front.
Charge the front as well. Yeah.
And
or with the
ancients are just out. It looks like.
Are they?
Yeah. Short, stubby legs.
Dwarf problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it might allow him to force that left-hand side of the board. If he took that. And if he took them off.
I just want to see them. Can you destroy the middle one?
No, you cannot. The middle one is the only one you cannot destroy. So I think that's one reason why they kind of deployed centrally.
Yeah. Because I would love to see one where, like, Alex destroys the ones on his side, except for that back right one. Like the one in the forest somehow gets blown up. The one back there gets blown up, and they're basically just fighting over the middle.
I kind of think Ryan was missing out on a trick with the ceremonial guard, being able to capture 2 objectives, because that's what the zombies can do. As long as they keep moving forward, they're going to be able to contest the central and the middle right or middle left objective at the same time.
Can zombies do it? Are they wide enough?
They are, assuming these are 12 inches apart.
Okay. Because that's one of those like orc tricks as well. On the 250 mile wide horde, you can find yourself sitting on top of two objectives.
Just a fun fact: you can actually do it with large cav hordes as well. You have to be diagonal though.
Is that bottom right Lachilodon still within 3, or would it actually have to back up?
It would have to sidestep or back up a little bit.
Yep.
This bright red line is a 3-inch.
Yeah.
Okay.
There goes the rev
I'm
count.
just going to keep those guys out. I'm guessing they discussed and said, "Hey, are these guys meant to be touching the forest or not?"
And he went, let me move again and again. I feel bad. We're making slow play jokes at like the bottom of turn 1, but sorry, Alex.
Yeah. Well,
That's
after
what
watching deployment, I think we have a right.
To be fair, I didn't watch deployment. I just rolled in like 5 minutes before the scheduled time of the stream was going to start and said, "Are we close?" Nope. Okay.
All right,
Here we
so
go.
so Ray said he can join at 3 p.m. This was yesterday. He can join at 3 p.m. and he guesses that's going to be after Alex's turn 2 break. So we'll see if he's correct.
We are not tracking well to that right now. Okay, we're shooting.
That's 3 p.m. Central, by the way.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So he is targeting the thick chap.
So not hitting the
Unless
guard.
he changes his mind.
I haven't seen rolls yet. I like the idea of putting it on the guard in the middle. They're out in the open. You don't have to fight yet. Just bomb on them for 2 or 3 turns in a row. They have nowhere to hide, and you'll get them eventually.
And then if he really wants to, with the same roll as well.
1 hit.
Third one hit.
Oh.
Only for 2, and Unholy Flame should get him a reroll. Yeah. And that reroll works, so 2 wounds.
Those are gone. That's 1 shooting round. Just blow it off. Try again next round. shoot the right target next round.
All right, lightning bolt to Lachilodon. It should be cover because the Pegasus is only a height 4. And that will be a height 2 obstacle. So he should be 6 attacks hitting on 5s.
Let's see.
They must be discussing that.
The tension. Cut it with a knife. These lightning bolts.
I'm getting sweat on my brow.
How early is it for you there, Matt?
We've just gone 5:15 a.m. I got up at 3:30.
You're a brave man.
But I spent most of the night sleeping really badly because I was terrified I wouldn't wake up for the alarm. One of those ones every hour, wake up and go,
I feel like you're taking this much more seriously than I am. For the
rolls, we had 2 hits and 2 wounds. That's enough for maybe a lucky waiver. That's enough for a kill. But he is inspired by ancients, so he is fine.
There's a question for you, Pat, in the chat.
Yes. What do I think of Balefire? Honestly, I never rated him too well until I think somebody asked Tom, like what they faced. Tom Annis, what they feared most, and it was three war machines with 2 heavy flyers, which Undead can definitely do very easily. I personally wouldn't take him still, because even though Undead could still flood the board with unit strengthening units, it's just not really my style for Undead. If I was playing more of a surge heavy list, I might try it out though to force the enemy to come into me if I'm doing a lot of shambling revenants and zombies and stuff like that.
I feel like it's interesting because I used to sort of think it forced you into a defensive play style, a sort of counter-punching surge heavy defensive play style, because you invest all these points into this sort of clock you're putting on your opponent, where if they just sit there and stare at you and make you attack them, theoretically you're doing good damage to them. Okay, so he punched the clan lord for 4. It looks like.
Yeah,
I don't know if
and it's Ryan's 2. And it looks like he is thinking about his options when he disengages. So he's going ahead and move him, and then seeing how far he actually needs to back up for that slide to happen.
Yep. Just, what is it? Just over 2 inches or just under? I always forget what 25 mil is. Just under 2 inches or just under an inch?
1 inch is 25.4 millimeters.
Okay. So he needs to go just over 2 inches to get out of there. 50. Oh, no, those are ancients. Never mind.
He needs under 2 inches between the back of the ancients and the clan lord in order for that Pegasus not to be able to charge him.
And then, but back to the Balefire problem. With Alex's list, what is interesting is that he still brought a very offensive, mobile, not that surge heavy, punch you in the face list, but also just happens to have 3 Balefires. So he's been having luck with it, but he's playing in that ground that my natural army building way is like, I'm taking artillery, lean into that and make a defensive list, or take a really offensive list and just get rid of shooting because you need those points to other pieces.
So, and this is again where I wish Alex had deployed more in the flanks, because if I were to play a list like that, I might still deploy the Soul Reaver centrally, or more on the flank, but I definitely deployed a Rev Cav more and the white, especially the Brew of Haste Whites on the flanks, because now all of a sudden you have to get across the board, otherwise you can get shot up. And it's kind of like the classic elf style back when you had an elf archer horde with piercing, another elf archer horde with like Jar of Four Winds or something like that, and you'd cast Bane Chant and just shoot. Meanwhile, your Drakons and your dragons are going along the flanks. So you have to close quickly on the shooters, but you have things on the flanks that are trying to get around you as you try to close. Kind of makes a lose-lose situation.
And that's always that scary thing that you find with the old elf lists or some of the current shooting lists is it's not actually the shooting that kills you. The shooting forces you into a bad position for the rest of their army to take advantage of.
Yep.
So that's why I would love to see him just keep dunking on that ceremonial guard and make it do some bad moves.
Where's 20 inches from that Drake now lie, Pat? Where's his reach extend to?
So just on the let's see if those Rev Cap on the other side of the hill are in range.
And we will note he committed his Surge Caster to the other side. So he didn't.
Yeah.
We don't know if it would have come in handy. We'll see. But he kept the Surge Caster with the whites. He's committed over there, which could pay off later. Whites love a good surge, but we'll see.
So these red calf right here, it looks like are barely within range. He pretty much has arc to just the other side of this hill on the right.
Okay.
So what is Ryan doing on his left?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. It's a you're essentially going to have to give up the charge if you go into the forest. It looks like he's trying to see what's going to happen if he does charge with these rhinosaurs, which centered up, they're not going to be hindered. So they should be able. I mean, it's only 9 attacks. So you're looking at
They won't take
6
them off.
hits. Yeah, even
He
with
needs
brutal.
to get his ancients out of the way.
Yeah, he'll need to move ancients first.
They shouldn't. I mean, it's always possible. Hot dice being hot dice. Are those Cav inspired?
They are not. He does have inspiring talisman, necromancer, but they are just out.
Yeah. So that's one where, I mean, hot dice could take them off, whatever, but they should not. A dash 14 should not go down to, 9 attacks.
Even on 6 and 2s with brutal, that's asking a lot of that unit. And that is the Pathfinder white. So when they charge in, they will, and they can definitely see because of the height of the rhinosaurs. So they will be unhindered and should be able to pick those guys up, even at defense 5-15.
But he'll need to protect them from the counters, because my assumption is you push those forward and you get the tyrants up.
So here's where it's going to be hard, because these J-boot tyrants, they're not going to be able to get around these ancients, and they won't be able to touch the forest because of how slow these ancients are.
Yeah.
And that's why I love ancient troops, but I love them actually more as a cleanup unit. Because if you have them trailing your line, then they can their defense will usually matter against the last few remaining units still, and their offense is usually enough to finish units off.
Howdy, Ray. You're muted.
I also need to add on.
I did.
All right, there we go. What's up, Ray?
It's interesting coming in on the second turn, so we haven't seen the great Alex pause yet for turn 2.
This is the top of 2. We're seeing the great Ryan pause at the moment.
Yeah. We've allocated 20 minutes.
So, what's going on the right flank right now with the...
Ryan pushed his clan lord on Fire Drake up. The Revenant Cav from Alex charged them with the Soul Reaver infantry and Pegasus moving sort of into positions of support. Ryan backed up his dragon this turn and slid a Ancient's troop in to cover the Rev Cav, and sort of that's where we're at. And now it's going to be a game of trying to chase and pin a dragon, I think. So we'll see.
And the dragon has the option to jump in on the following turn to go into the flanks of the... is that Soul Reaver cavalry with the red... Soul Reaver infantry with the red base?
That's Soul Reaver infantry. You mean the one behind the hill?
Yes.
I think they are just out of range.
Just that.
But that does hinder Alex's freedom of movement going ahead.
Right now, it looks like these Rev Cav are just in range, and that's the extreme. So most of Ryan's units are on the left, though, so it wouldn't be a horrible idea for these Soul Reavers to turn that way.
Yeah, and I feel like they kind of pause. Like that middle kind of pauses or even takes a half step back, depending on how aggressive the ceremonial guard is. And give themselves a little time to deal with that dragon before turning back in. Because if you murder that thing and say it's turn 4 or turn 5 and you have the Soul Reaver infantry on his far right coming back in from the side, that's scary.
Question.
So if ceremonial guard move up and these ancients move back, that keeps those soul reavers from doing anything next turn. So you could be really aggressive to ceremonial guard and just say, "Hey, I'm going to try to bust through your center really quick."
Can it survive a double charge or triple charge? I mean, if he just pitches whites and Soul Reaver infantry with a Bane chant into him, are we picking that horde up?
Yes.
Yeah. So a single unit of soul reavers and the whites should be able to combine to pick it up.
And I don't think he has enough stuff there to punish that. So if I was Alex and he
right
pushed
there.
those guards up too much, I'd just take them. Oh, here we go. He's checking right now how bad it will be. So this is anyone watching that might be confused. I think all he's doing here is Ryan spawned an extra unit of his that is the same size as the whites, and he's throwing them out there to see what can fit and what can do stuff. So
he's looking. It looks like he's testing Firebrand. Which the whites. I'm trying to remember if they still have brutal. They're now crush 2 instead of crush 3. They still have brutal and they hit on 3s. So that's a pretty good chance to pick up Firebrand, who's defense 5-15.
Yeah, so if he moves them into range to do certain stuff, is he able to charge through Firebrand? Yeah, I'm not sure.
So right now, I think he's checking to make sure that Firebrand doesn't accidentally give a flank on the ceremonial guard horde.
Yep.
With that pathfinding tyrant, what's the markies left on them now? Like, can he see the left-hand side of the? Like, if Alex chose to put his whites into those rhinosaurs, can he no longer have the option to support? I feel like
no, he's not going to be able to see that. The J boots guys will be able to cover them though.
If he can't move them though, he can't really get them anywhere now.
He can move the ancients out of the way still, and the Phoenix can go pretty much wherever he wants. And Phoenix has not moved yet.
No, it hasn't. No.
So yeah, he's seen how aggressive he can be with that guard unit.
Looks like he's just going to stay pat with the guard unit. He is out of range of the Soul Reavers on the hill, at least. And out of range of both Soul Reavers. So right now, the only thing that can get into him is the whites. And they're flying, so the Phalanx comes into play there.
Yeah, you don't want that.
What do we think about the Lachilodon by the 2 fences? Because if I was the undead player, that might be a possible target for my vampire. I know it's not likely to break, but you're 11-13. You'd hit on 4s, wound on 2s. But if you kill it, then you're well positioned for future turns.
Yeah, he's just been shooting it. He's just been lightning bolting it.
These ancients are inspiring it. The Pegasus only has 7 attacks, so you're looking at 2 to 3 wounds, which is a pretty tall order to kill.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't happen.
And then the other thing is, I think we'll see, but right now, that Pegasus is also able to keep an eye on that dragon. Like, it could back up a little and counter punch the dragon if it tries to fly somewhere to the right flank or hop the lines, ground it again, and then hit it with something real. But we'll see. So it looks like Ryan is stalling, getting stuff into position. He's got a lot of traffic control to do on his left. There's a lot of slow, boxy units to get around each other in a forest. and he is not looking at great targets on the other side at the moment because it's just a zombie horde. And then I would expect, I don't know, but I would expect that zombie regiment to just plow forward its full, whatever it is, 10 inches and start pulling up
shambling.
space as well.
5.
Oh, sorry, 5 inches. Stupid shambling.
If you're on either side, you begin thinking about which tokens you want to burn.
Yeah. We were saying it would be great if Ryan moved his Lakilodon back and his Ancients on the right forward and just burn both those tokens. Just remove scoring from that side of the board because you're probably going to lose it.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough stuff over there, and his dragon isn't going to want to stay over there if he does get out of it. So that's what I would do if I was Ryan this turn. I'd be setting that up. And Lakilodon can do that and still be able to shoot vampires.
And still be an annoying Lakilodon behind 2 fences.
Shooting vampires is kind of pointless, though, because of life leech, but it doesn't mean the vampires do have to commit in order to heal.
So we're going to make predictions on how long this is going to go.
I'm not trying to put that out into the universe.
No, that's a bad idea at this point. There's a lot
Can we
of
turn the timer off on the live stream? I have a feeling at some point it's going to get depressing.
So there's a rumor they have a clock in the background. Can we stream that?
Yeah. I have a feeling that they haven't looked at it once.
I've had games on clock in tournaments like that where you're just sort of playing and you're not paying attention to it, and then you look over and you've realized it's been flipped to one player's turn that entire time, and you're like, oh no, how do I have 40 minutes left and they have 8? But yeah, I think I'm just bad luck on those. I was here for the Page Neo game. I was here for Atkins versus Rashad. So I'm bringing the slow play. Sorry.
Thanks, Brendan.
Oh, we have a special guest.
Yes.
How old?
6 months now.
Oh, that's when they get fun.
Yes. Making noises, and he's getting his bedtime reading.
Oh, we have the
So,
first baby guest.
yes.
Well,
Yeah, they that's when they start smiling more, which is absolute currency for parents. You're like, they dole out just enough to keep you going.
But the plot has been interesting because I've been going through the 2nd edition rulebook with him, and because it has lots of pictures, and it's a good one for him to flip through, or old 8th edition rulebook army books with all the pictures and make up stories, and keeps him happy.
That's adorable. I like that it's the 2nd edition, so if he pukes all over it or rips the pages, you don't care.
He's tried to eat a couple pages. I began with the 3rd. I'm like, oh, you're eating these pages. Okay, let's open up the 2nd edition. You can eat the pages there.
I do sit there with the 3rd edition rulebook with my 10-month-old and read it out to her just to annoy my wife, saying I'm indoctrinating her.
Okay, so
All right, so we had some shots go around. He's softening up the zombies to make it easier for them to pick up later.
Yeah.
5 wounds. It is important to note that Alex does not have heal outside of the life leech. No drain life, no heal.
No.
And then right, Lakilodon did nothing because he missed all shots from behind the wall. It looks like he had one wound. These Soul Reavers.
Just healed the Rhinosaurs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We knew those wouldn't really stick around. And then the interesting thing is, so he didn't move to burn tokens. He kept his ancients back a little. Is that we missed that?
I don't know
How
if he
legal?
could have done that with that charge there. I think they might have forgotten why he moved up in the first place.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't want to call out Ryan Munsell cheating scandal too soon. It is possible they could have made that charge, but
he just destroyed the Rev Cav too with some hot rolling.
That'll
getting
do.
8 out of 9 hits and 7 out of 8 wounds, and rolling an 11 for nerve.
That'll
Do you think with that bottom right token, he thinks he's got one more turn? Because the peg really is going to be the main control for the dragon. And so maybe he thinks the longer he can delay it, the longer he can keep Alex on that side of the board.
Yeah, that's fine. But he didn't move anything up to the
other
You mean
one.
for the ancients? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you do with the ancients now? Do you slide them to the right so they're in the woods just to make everything messier, or?
Those are Pathfinder whites that
But-
are facing them, but the zombies aren't Pathfinder, so we'll see.
But putting them in the forest at the moment when they line up, they'd still be out of the forest, so he couldn't see them, right? So he would be better off going sideways.
He just pushed forward.
Interesting.
He pushed to the right. No, actually, he did push forward. Yeah, you're right.
He went forward. Yeah.
Because if he had gone to the right or left or even backed up, he might have been able to possibly get a flank charge if they don't. Anyways,
Yes, but now they'll still be out of the forest.
Yeah, the whites can charge. Any of the whites can charge, and he wouldn't be in the forest. So both of those tyrants are in the forest, so they can see through it. So it's also important to note, though, if the zombies charge the ancients, they're not going to kill it, but they're going to lock those tyrants, possibly both of those tyrants, back down behind them because of how close they all are.
Yeah. You're giving up the zombies because now the entire world can punch them, but it might be worth it for that one turn of roadblocks.
Yeah.
I don't know, though, because you stopped up that pain train for a turn, but what are you getting out of it? And what you would need to get out of it is a super beneficial position from the whites on the far left, on Alex's right, or something else, right?
I don't know if it's the correct move, but I mean, if he charges the zombies, he could charge the ceremonial guard with the whites, do some wounds, and follow up with the Soul Reavers really quickly. It kind of depends on what his plans for the dragon is, because right now he has no way to lock that thing down.
If the whites go into the ceremonial guard, are they giving up the flank to the dragon?
No, he's too far away.
Yeah.
And those Soul Reavers
Alex
move
too.
a little to the left and be threatening everything on the left without giving up a flank because of the extreme range.
So you can almost hear the big inhale from Alex as he starts his long pause and thought process for turn 2.
Yeah, so we're at bottom.
I've started the clock. Yeah.
Bottom of 2.
We were at 1 hour and 3 minutes when he took that big breath. So let's see when we get our first movement on screen.
And yes, Sean, that did seem like the appropriate time to pull up the baby card. Just responding to his comments on the feed.
I think we pulled it early. I think we're gonna need that baby back again as a special correspondent in a while. And not to be negative, I'm not trying to be negative to the chat. I would love people to stick around, but I have a feeling that baby might get its first Kings of War game in before this one is over.
Yeah. Well, the way this is tracking, mine's definitely going to be awake before we're done. So
Yeah.
we might have to do a double baby bomb.
Mine's napping until 3 o'clock my time, and it's not looking good. So he will replace me in the chair.
Yeah. This commentary is going to turn back into daddy daycare.
I mean, I got a dog I can put on my lap. That's totally the same thing, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It counts.
Oh, we've got movement. We've got movement.
No, that was only 2 minutes. That can't happen.
It'll get taken back. Oh, okay. Getting spicy.
Yeah, so it looks like he's checking out.
Brindley said maybe Tom's game will finish first. It was due to start about an hour after ours.
So I see what he's doing, but that dragon's not going to be there, right? Like he's taken off. He's going somewhere else.
Worried. It looks like he's more worried about not getting charged by the dragon rather than keeping the dragon from doing other stuff.
Yeah. My thought was that is you just back up. You're a nimble flyer, you know. Back up and angle the way you want to angle. And just cover its landing zones.
I don't like that. Mm-hmm. Is the dragon in the front of the Pegasus?
It does not look like it.
Okay. So, but it could fly and get a... He's not giving it a flank, is he?
He is on that back side, unless he backs up those Rev Cav.
Because I would take the flank. Because the flank, you're going to kill it. That'd be, what, 30 attacks on 3s with crushing...
Crushing 2.
Yep.
2. So 30 on 3s and 2.
20.
Yeah.
20 here.
You're looking at
You'll go 5
there.
Mm.
Yeah.
So just under that, just thinking about what else you can do.
It's the rule of dragons. If you can get a flank, you should probably take it.
ABF, always be flanking.
Yeah, I would just back up that Pegasus into the woods, turn him as far as you can while still keeping the dragon in the flank. And then move the Soul Reapers up to charge range. And charge the Ancients with the Soul Reapers.
Yeah, force his hand. Pick those Ancients up. This is again why I would have loved the Surge Caster over there, because if that Revenant Cav is sitting there with Surge ability, it shrinks the dragon's sneaky landing zones even more. But yeah, just kill it, and then it can't go anywhere back because you have the Soul Reavers, and if it hops, you have a Pegasus to ground it, and it's annoying.
Go is off to the right, in which case you bought yourself a turn because it won't be able to go to the right and still see stuff.
Yeah, and then you just chase it with the Pegasus, and at this point, you can commit something. I don't know. The fear is that your Soul Reavers spend the whole game chasing it to get that kill, and they eventually do, but this isn't kill, so you didn't earn yourself anything. But that's. I feel like you can chase that thing down. It's a lot of points.
I mean, if you're chasing down
point
and a Pegasus, though, that's a favorable trade for Ryan. Yeah,
but I think that's why at a certain point you stop chasing with the Soul Reavers, and just if the Revenant Cav is still there, they'll do the work you need once it's sat down.
Well, if the dragon goes in on the Pegasus alone and it's one-on-one unhindered, what's the odds of it wavering the Pegasus? Because it's only 14-16. So you're what, 10 hits, 6-7 wounds, so you need a 7-9
Mm-hmm.
inspired. So it's a 30% play.
Yeah, that's why we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But what I'm advocating for is the Pegasus isn't going to take the dragon out. It's just going to sit it down for another unit to punch it. And right now that unit, and like right now that unit that can punch it should be the Soul Reavers. Eventually, if it just full-time runs, like if it just hides behind the rock or something, then you chase it with the Pegasus and the Revenant Cav instead, and the Soul Reavers piss off to go do useful things.
Yeah, I zoned out a bit. I don't know if we mentioned it, but it looks like he did destroy that token down the bottom right.
He wasn't in range.
Looks like they. But
gave it
did
to
he
him?
sidestep with the Lekelodon that we missed? Because he could have done that, and that would make sense why he didn't move up to get an uncover shot from getting touching the wall.
Well, we'll give the benefit of the doubt that he did a slight sidestep into position and destroyed it.
Because he only needed like a quarter to half an inch anyway.
Because
I was attempting to scroll up the chat, but then it's just 100 Vampire Pegasus moves from Alex. I'm still going. Oh.
Yep. Oops.
Yeah,
so it looks like he's at least thinking
0.6 inches. There you go.
Yeah.
And that was the problem with moving the cavalry on the left up, is I don't know how that logjam with the zombies will affect your ability to counterstrike the whites as they come in.
Okay, so he's doing what Pat talked about.
So the way he can counterstrike is if the Pathfinder tyrants, they'll have to sidestep to the right, and that'll open up the Strider tyrants to be able to charge. But he's not going to be able to charge with both of them. Actually, no. Because the rhinosaurs are too tall for the tyrants to be able to see the zombies. And there's not enough space to withdraw and sidestep to get line of sight.
Spicy, both race in.
I mean, defense 5. It's very possible a single Wraith does not pop that Rhinosaur cavalry.
Yeah, no, and what's interesting here is he's not giving the ceremonial guard at the moment a good target to like go towards. If he starts pushing hard on the Soul Reavers, then both those Soul Reavers can commit and take him down. Damn the torpedoes. If he commits on back towards the left, those Soul Reavers are getting a flank. And if he just sits there, he's getting bombed on by catapults, hopefully this turn.
He should be shot at this turn. The Ceremonial Guard, they're probably going to charge the zombies, honestly. You charge with dinosaurs and the zombies, make sure to take it out, and he reform to face the Soul Reavers.
Because popped out the red X set. Oh, yeah, because he's hindered. For some reason, I thought that one had J boots, but it's got haste.
And this is also getting, like, the whites don't want to fight the ceremonial guard because its phalanx is actually relevant to them and makes them a lot less effective. So this is also removing that sort of white horde from the direct confrontation with the phalanx unit. So we'll see if that works, but he's kind of shifting them out to the flank through a charge when I think you thought they should have been out on that flank anyways.
Yeah.
And then you got to push those zombies forward in the back line to start being relevant.
Yeah, even though you want them to score later, you still want to move them up. That way, if a gap does form, they can plug it up real quick.
Should they blow up that token?
So I'm also imagining that this time, which means that really the last turns they should have been plinking at it as well, that all 3 balefires will be going at the ceremonial guard, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend they would have done 3 damage, and that would have been healed off, and I'm just gonna pretend in my mind that he's been shooting at the ceremonial guard the whole time.
I mean, maybe that's why he didn't do it. Is because he wanted to try to see if he got lucky on the Rhinosaur Horde or Regiment.
Here we go, coming in, blowing stuff up.
So he's
that
giving
not now basically, that's going to give the dragon free reign though, right? I guess it depends what he does on the recall.
The Revenant Cav just directly around.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He 180 is the Rev Cav.
Yeah.
Feel free to
take that rear charge. Yeah.
The only reason to take that is if you just wanted to roll 45 dice.
Yeah.
It's
really risk an overrun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does, for what it's worth, because it's hitting on 6s. It'll most likely give that Lakelodon a flank.
Mm-hmm.
Or it allows the Lakelodon to just walk up and shoot in the flank and stay out of arc.
Yep.
And now that he's gone over there, that would be perfect time just to walk forward with the Ancients next turn and burn that token, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that flank is shrinking. So he's covering the landing zones with that back Rev Cav. They're going to inch, maybe. We'll see.
He's thinking about sidestepping. He might just turn and walk.
Yeah, he's got to stay out of the ceremonial guard range, whatever that is.
It's a speed 5, so 10-inch charge. So we didn't check the range at the time, but I'm guessing he undid the sidestep because it was still in range of a ceremonial guard.
But yeah, I mean, you cover the Dragon's Landing zones, you trap it, and you try and get your Soul Reavers back into the fight. Because them coming in from that angle, I mean, Ryan, we're only on turn 2, so best case scenario for Ryan, he feeds Ancients and a Lakelodon to it, and it never gets to do anything else. But that's kind of best case.
Yeah, because turn 3 and 4, that buys you turn 3 and 4. Actually, turn 3, the Soul Reaver shouldn't be able to see anything and not without offering a flank.
Yeah.
So that's giving up turn 4 and 5 of them doing nothing. And honestly, by then, the Ceremonial Guard will either have killed everything in the center or be dead themselves.
or be dunked on by Flaming Skulls for 3 rounds in a row.
Do you consider dumping the Ceremonial Guard and the Dragon into the Reverend Cav troop just to force the Soul Reavers to pick one and then counter with the other? Like, can the
That's a good idea.
I would not feel comfortable if I was Alex ending my turn with a charge target for the Ceremonial Guard that is not those zombies.
Yep.
Like, you don't give them an out. Make them keep puttering around the middle, and
because if I was down there, if I was Ryan, I'd be like, okay, my Ceremonial Guard can absolutely take 1 turn of charge from the Soul Reavers, so I can set that up, and then let's have a fight.
Mm-hmm.
because unsupported, those Soul Reavers will not defeat the Ceremonial Guard. So
Especially with a Phoenix behind a guard, you should be able to get two rounds of combat out of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Soul Reavers are great until they get punched.
Mhm.
They can waver and drop pretty easily.
He does have the Fury item on him, so he will have to kill him.
Okay.
So it looks like he is trying to get him out of range, and it does look like he is barely out of range with Rev Cap now.
Yep. And then can we get the arc and range of the Rev Cav? Yeah, so he's covering a fair amount of landing zone.
There's still a decent amount. He's probably going to move the zombies. And say if he move the zombies to the right, then that pretty much covers everything. And the zombies aren't guaranteed to do a wound to defense 5, but it at least makes him think twice about it.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like he's going to turn to Soul Reavers too.
Jeez. This is a jeez.
He's not going to back up the Rev Cav enough.
Things are getting crazy.
that surprises me. If he does that,
I can't see him leaving them there.
No.
no, that would make. I know I'm supposed to be cheering for Team Canada, but that would surprise me.
So, not to get too far into the psychological analysis of these players, because this could all be totally wrong, but why not?
We need some time filler.
This feels like one of those situations, and I've gotten myself in it before, where you're like, okay, I need to get this Rev Cav out of charge range, and you start moving all of the different pieces to make that happen, not realizing that the effect you're going to have at the end is worse than whatever you were trying to avoid in the first place. Like you're going to forget some reason that the Soul Reavers were covering for them to be there in the first place. And then next turn or 2 turns down, it's going to be like, oh yeah, they were covering that eventuality. And in my, thousands of scenarios I was running through in my head to get these revenants out of range, I forgot. So like some of these more extreme moves are like, no, just don't find the easy one.
So what if he just charges the Ancients with the Rev Cav?
So that's when I was thinking is like, when you're stuck in this, how do I get out of charge range? Is there just a more aggressive play you can do?
Yeah, because if he charges them, the only people who could charge back is Ezekiel on a flank, which will be hitting on 6s. It does have crush 1, so it should do like a wound. And,
yeah, but
he'll be out of range of them, and that protects that middle token from being burned.
I like it. I like a charge against those Ancients a lot. You're now to the side. Eventually, hopefully, you are to the side of the Ancients, so they have something to respond to.
I think that's what I would have done, because Ancients versus Rev Cav, I mean, talk about a slap fight for the ages.
But on that first turn, you'll stick some hurt on him that first turn.
You'll do 2 wounds on him, which if you get extraordinarily lucky, you can do something. And then after that, you're lucky to do 1. And the Ancients, I think the Ancients eventually win that fight, but it'll be a while, because depending on if you do that 1 wound to get the life leech.
Yeah, life leech.
So when are you going to start your own show, Dr. Williams, for psychological analysis of Kings of War players?
It's the name. The YouTube channel is Analysis Paralysis.
Okay, so it looks like by backing up the Soul Reavers, that right Balefire Catapult cannot see the Ceremonial Guard, which means they can shoot the dragon, just to see if you get lucky with a couple hits.
Mm-hmm.
If the dragon just runs up 20 inches next turn and turns left, that might not be the worst thing for it.
No. Because it'll be out of arc for the Soul Reavers, and most likely the Rev Cav, you're only getting a charge from the zombies, which they hit on 5s with no crush.
And under the guns of the catapults as well.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, so they won't be able to get shot at there. Those zombies are barely within surge range and bane chant range of the necromancers. So you could shoot with the lightning bolt and then surge.
Will it have room to be out of the rev cav that we are assuming will just 180 and cover the back? Will he be out of their range?
No.
Because that's what I thought was covering the just fly straight over.
Yeah.
Those have got a 180 and cover that whole landing zone.
Do we get the Bane Chant off, it looks like, on the zombies?
Bring the pain.
Zombies hitting on 6s. But now they're wounding on 4s.
So what did he end up doing?
Oh, he's
with the
going
rev
at the
cap?
Lachilodon. Misses with one hit with the next.
What?
He's trying to one-shot
3
units.
wounds.
No.
All I'm assuming is that 2 hits.
2 hits. I said
Maybe he
2.
wants him to force him to go back and burn that token for some reason. But I mean, it could just sit there unclaimed.
Or make it so that the Phoenix has to turn around.
I mean, if he picks it up, that's great. I still feel like this game is won and lost by Ryan on whether his tyrants and ceremonial guard kill things.
So
And,
he shot the other Lachilodon with the lightning bolt and did 3 wounds.
and I feel like if you have that chance, because he did 8 wounds to that Lachilodon, right?
Yeah, he picks it up, doesn't he? Is it 11-13?
Yep, so he just picked that one up.
Yeah.
That's great. I would love 8 wounds on the ceremonial guard right now.
Yeah.
He couldn't get all 3 of them on there is the big thing, I think.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, the one on the right that couldn't see the ceremonial guard is the one that got 5 wounds.
And then what did he end up doing with the rev cav? Is it in charge range still, or did he solve that?
7. So he doesn't pick up the other one. It's loaded.
And so that one's wavered.
We've got a question. Is the dragon still on the flank of the peg?
No, the dragon is in the front. So if he does turn the rev cap around, you could just charge a Pegasus, and the only thing that can charge you back is the Pegasus, unless these Soul Reavers turn 90.
Yeah. Which would be giving a rear to the wavered Lachilodon. So I think that might be what he'd do.
All right, he just killed the Rhinosaur Horde, which 2 hordes of whites should do that. Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing unexpected there.
So now what's he do with these folks?
He's going some direction. He's going backwards with them. Which does make it slightly harder for the Tyrants to hit them. I guess if he turns 90 with the...
He'll have to turn 90, won't he? Yeah.
Yeah, because those Tyrants with their wild charge, they're going to be able to choose either one of them to charge.
Yeah, so you give him one and set up a trap.
This is where I wished he would have moved up those zombies.
Yeah, I don't get why they stayed back.
Tyrants only defense 4, so zombies can actually do a wound or 2, and that could be the difference between Tyrants are fearless, so if you don't kill them, they'll kill you.
I also just don't know what purpose they're serving back there. Like, if they were 5 inches forward, what does that hurt?
Unless it's just to keep drawing forward and keep control of those tokens for as long as possible. Like, not that he's in any danger of getting charged at the moment.
Mhm.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if they bumped forward a few inches, 5 inches to be relevant, they're still sitting on that token. They're still doing that job. It's not like there's something sneaking around the back about to threaten his balefires or anything. Who knows? I still like that Revenant Cab charge against the Ancients, but
So 1 wound from the.
Yeah, I think that's what I would have done, and then
Ooh,
I would have moved the
high
versus
from the
just
Soul
out
Reaver.
of range, double tap this ceremonial guard.
No.
9 plus 5 will kill.
Oh
It's
no, they're
14.
gone. Yeah.
that was close though. So now let's see what he does. What kind of tricky business?
Yeah, he's seeing what position have, which it does look like he can charge.
I think he's over the rock there.
He moved it before he could get a good look at it.
Some would say there's rocks to the right, vampires to the left of him, rocks to the right, and he's stuck in the middle.
That sounds like a terrible pop song.
Yeah.
All right, so he's turning Soul Reavers cover. So I think they did decide that the dragon can charge him.
Isn't Speed 4 so frustrating, Brenton? That's like those ancients would just be sitting there going, "Well, I can see you, but I can't do anything."
Yeah,
Everything's
it's something.
invisible.
It's something you have to get used to as a dwarf player. Like your sight and your vision changes. Like normal charge ranges are no longer normal. Everything is out of whack. It's a little better now with the corner charges being like you measuring from the corner of your unit. But I remember having units that were, 5 inches away from me that I couldn't charge because of how wide my horde was, and just feeling awful about it. Like,
I honestly don't know why any dwarf player took hordes in second edition because of that.
because we're stubborn.
So there's just flood the trips, the board with a bunch of troops.
There is no other army. I feel like, and I'm sorry, but I feel like there's no other army in which the fans of it are so specific about what they want and need to work before they will accept it as a legitimate army. It's like dwarves win masters, dwarves win tournaments, dwarves do all this stuff, and everyone's like, yeah, but that's not the classic dwarf list I want to play.
Yeah,
like if it is not like hordes of dwarf infantry winning, then like dwarf players aren't happy.
Yeah. Yes, they won,
but at the same time, they're all saying, well, we don't want dwarves to be like how they used to be. We want new and interesting units and different play styles, but we want them to align to our very specific needs and wants. And it's a little bit insane to me, but at the same time, dwarf players like drummers or any other thing, it's a special breed of person. It's not bad. It's just different.
Well, there you go. You've just got topic 2 for analysis paralysis, the YouTube show.
I don't know that I could survive a deep dive into the minds of all dwarf players. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd come at like. Have you seen Apocalypse Now? that the hotel room scene where he's just like driving himself insane. Yeah, that's me during that episode. So.
Right, so he's looking at his possible positions for ceremonial guard, and that's going to put the Soul Reavers in the front because he does have to worry about surge for the whites. So that might be the best, but at the same time, it does keep the rev cab in the front as well. That would necessitate these ancients either backing up or sidestepping, though, in order to get that pivot off.
Yeah, so I apologize if we moved. I was ranting during a bunch of moves. What ended up happening on the right? How did he end up? Did he flip the Reverend Cab one?
The rev cab.
And then the Soul Reaver infantry is turned to cover the
rock.
Yep. That makes sense.
You were too busy advertising for your workplace in the chat, Brenton.
Not going to apologize for that. Last of Us 2, great game. Go buy it digitally on the PlayStation Store.
I will be. Don't you worry about that.
So I think I think the troop has to move up and burn the token.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, has to.
This is the turn to do it, and they can move up 4 inches and turn to face the rev cav. Or you can just move up even further and make the rev cav commit there. But yeah, I think they move up 4 inches and try to barely get within range of that token, so you can kind of do your best to get out of there or make the rev cav commit to block you in.
So I guess the question is, how many tokens do you need in order to win this? Becomes the calculus.
2. Burn
One
all
more
the
than
rest.
the other person.
Or technically one.
Burn all the rest.
Just the middle one.
Because I feel like that one sitting in the field is going to be owned by Ryan. And the one
Kind of looks that way at the moment, doesn't it?
And the one sitting behind one of these two in the back, I feel like can be owned by Alex. And I almost would be like, burn the rest. And yeah, that middle.
Ryan's in a strong position to get the field and the forest.
Yeah.
Because if he trades units, he's going to come out on top there. He just has more units there.
Yeah. I don't think he had the unit strength because I think the Tyrants had moved up just enough. But it would have been great if that horde of zombies could have just burned that token when they charged. I think the Tyrants were too close.
Yeah, the Tyrants. So he had 5 unit strength there. If he was able to get the whites in, he could have burned it.
And I just think that would have been really funny. If we, I'm a big fan in these scenarios where you raise, or this one where you charge into a unit that thinks they're defending the token with slightly more unit strength and just burn it anyways.
Yeah.
So
I'll have to remember that for my game tomorrow. Make sure I do that at least once. Just
So Shad's still watching because him and I are playing tonight, so better take note.
you're playing Rashad tonight?
I am.
What army are you
Got
using?
some Titan on Titan action. I've been using Trident Realm the whole tournament.
Oh, I was hoping for undead on undead.
Now he's using Forces of Nature, so we might have a. Oh no, he already sent me the list. He's doing all elements pretty much.
Okay,
It's got the Captain Planet theme.
nice.
Is he the heart?
He is the heart. He's everybody's heart.
As a kid, I always felt bad for the heart one. It was like everyone gets these really like, I'm fire and wind, and then they're like,
I feel like
I'm heart.
Half the episodes was Heart being like, man, I'm lame. And they're like, no, you're really the strongest one of all.
There was an old, I believe Canadian maybe, or maybe not, sketch comedy show called The State. And they did an episode about the Justice League, or not an episode, like a skit about the Justice League where everyone's making fun of poor Aquaman. It was like all Superman is saying, I'll stop the missiles that have been fired. Wonder Woman will fly in her invisible jet. All these people are going to do this stuff. And then they all turn to Aquaman and they're like, I don't know, talk to some fish.
Don't they always make fun of Aquaman?
And I feel like that's kind of how Hart felt in Captain Planet. But
Yeah.
Well, you
I
know
think
it's
that
going slowly when we've descended to talking about Captain Planet.
Yeah. The thing Aquaman had going into comics was he was technically the king of like entire realms, so he can send like an army somewhere.
Yep.
You know, at the start of this, when I got up at 3:30, I was hopeful of getting back to bed for some shut eye afterwards, but that's quickly going, or not so quickly.
No, this.
It looks like he's going to take a look at what he can charge over here. He's going to have to move those Pathfinder Tyrants to the right, because there's no way he makes contact with anything with them the way they are, which is fine. Like that's fine for him to do, because then those Tyrants are in position to back up the ceremonial guard if they do get popped.
Yep. Good Lord, a double one on those zombies would be funny. This is one of those
Alex
weird.
might just leave the game if that happened, or Ryan might just leave the game. If that
Yeah,
happens.
that's a rage quit. Then the guard is just oof, oof.
Now, the zombies are not inspired, so it is a legitimate 1 in 36 chance, not a 5% chance of double ones.
They are inspired.
Oh,
Yeah, get that toe in. 5%.
5%. So I always hate that, because you take the flank when you don't necessarily need to. Because those zombies are now stuck. They can't go anywhere.
I think it's more that he wants to keep him from being stuck himself.
Yeah. But for me, was there an opportunity to just keep the ceremonial guard postured up, facing down the middle, and charge tyrants and what's it called? Charge the tyrants, countercharge with the other unit, and then try and beat up the zombies that way.
If he did that, he could only charge with the J-boots ones, because the Pathfinder ones couldn't see.
Aren't they taller? Oh no, those are large calf in front of them. Yeah. That's what you get for having tall chaff.
Yep. Tall chaff that isn't shambling, at least.
Yeah.
Because that's what makes Rev Cav the most utilitarian thick chaff, because in situations where they would block line of sight, they just back up, sidestep to the right, and you charge anyway, and then you surge them back in later.
Yep. And sometimes you can even get a flank on something because
Mm-hmm.
filth.
Yep.
Okay, so he's going into that one. He picked that one.
I think that was the one he could contact, so
okay.
I think it was kind of picked for him. Which shows zombies will be in charge range to the front, so they can maybe contribute a little bit.
Woo!
And
so he needs to break.
Do you think he's going to win that trade over there? Because the ceremonial guard are going to have to kind of pivot back towards the middle, aren't they? After combat.
So he trades whites for tyrants, theoretically at least, assuming everybody kills what they're supposed to. And in which case he has rhinosaurs and more tyrants to face off against a single unit of whites. And he has ancient.
Maybe a single unit of white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If he doesn't kill,
he's only hitting on 4s, right? So it could swing down quite easily.
Yeah. So 15. He should be 15 hits.
10 wounds.
10 wounds. But
still a risk.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it, it's very easily that 15 hits is really 12.
Yeah. And if he doesn't go through them, he doesn't win the trade, right?
No, then
Yeah.
both of those units will kill. And that's why I do think he needs to do the tyrants first.
And it's I mean, on average, we're looking at a
It-
7 twice,
Yeah,
right?
second twice is not good. I would not put money on that. It's,
I mean, it could. This is one of those where like we can say it's bad, and then he blows through with good rolls and everything
Mhm.
works out. But man, that is sketchy. That is a sketchy thing to opt into.
now, do you do it just to tie them up so that way you know where they are and you can plan for that for the following turn?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing is maybe he just thinks, well, at least he gets a charge off this way, whereas if he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get one off. And then they're further in the background.
Yeah, charging with hammers is usually good. It's just,
Mm.
And
He's
I
pretty
don't
much going to lose it.
there's
If
not
he
enough.
does that, though, he can potentially pick him up with just a Phoenix and a Fireball. We're seeing a lot of undos here. I think he just did the math.
he's got the stream on and it's like, wait, what are my odds?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Ryan's listening to the stream and second guessing, and Alex has Page Neo on Phone a Friend, getting his stats.
I was about to say, Paige would be loving this game because now he's no longer the slowest player on YouTube.
I think so Mike Adkins is a saint, but when Mike was playing Rashad, that was slow. That was so slow.
That's slower than this.
I don't like to comment on an ongoing event. I think we'll see. It's like the financial statements that corporations make where they're like forward-looking predictions are inconsistent. So we'll see. But this is yeah.
Because I was supposed to do commentary at 7:00 tonight on a different battle.
Are you lying? Are you double booked?
I'm
Did you double
Well,
dated?
Yeah, I double dated. Tonight's was the one I got cleared for, and I have a babysitter for. This one was the one where it's dad daycare. So
Yeah. I've got about 13 hours till my next one, so I should be good, hopefully.
Again, don't put that into the universe, Matt.
I might just ping Alex on Facebook right now. Please don't go for another.
So I work in sports, and you actually are never supposed to talk about how fast a game is going or what could happen if it keeps going. So yeah, that is some bad juju right there.
Like you're never supposed to be like, hey, what if it does go to quadruple overtime?
Oh no, you never mention overtime. You never mention how fast the game is going. And you don't root for the home team. You root for no overtime.
That's a good one. It's like, who are you rooting for? Whoever finishes this game first.
Yep. And the only reason why you root for the home team in baseball is because then you don't have to play the last half inning. The ideal situation for people working sports is less sports.
Oh, more undos. Here we go.
that's what I always liked about curling was you always have the option of just surrendering to the other side, and it's accepted at all levels of curling right up to the Olympics. Like, I've lost the game, good job, and I've seen it. Like, we played 5 ends of a 10-end game, good job, you've won. Let's go to the bar. Like, you can just accept the fact that you've lost, and there's no shame. It's okay. So if we've decided that the tyrants into the whites is iffy, you still do it because you want to do damage, or what else are you going to do on the left flank would be my question.
So I mean,
like
this is where you wish the ancients had one more inch of movement, but I don't know. You set up to receive the charges is my guess. You make one of them. Are those? Yeah, one of those whites is still hinderable. They are not both Pathfinder and J-Boots. It's haste in Pathfinder, right?
Mhm.
So you can take a charge from hindered wights. Ceremonial Guard don't care about wights to the front. I feel like you set up to receive. That's risky.
Yeah. That Phoenix
Um,
can move forward to block these tyrants' flank that they're offering right now.
Yeah, you do something to basically, I don't know, maybe you beat up the zombies, you get stuff in the Ancients or the Phoenix to cover your flanks, and then you
Mhm.
just fight in the forest with counter charges and do your best. But it's either way is risky. I just don't love charging in on a needing 7 twice on 4s that could easily spike lower, and you're just stuck there, and then you've given up tyrants.
But at this point, you're giving more time for the Soul Reavers on the right to get back in the game.
Yep, and you're getting dunked on with catapults longer. Like,
yeah. So it looks like he's
So-
not as a ceremonial guard now. The Rhinosaurs and Firebrand. The Rhinosaurs will do like 5 wounds, maybe. Firebrand will do maybe 4.
Could he have backed up with those rhinosaurs and slid to the left and then got those tyrants in?
No, the Rhinosaurs and the Tyrants were too clustered up. The Rhinosaurs wouldn't have been able to get whipping out an edge. So it does look like he's going to charge the more dangerous of the one who could charge across. And so, I mean, that way, if you do not kill him, then at least you're just only giving up that 1 unit, and instead of potentially giving up 2.
Yeah.
Some shenanigans or something.
There was a really greedy move that Alex could have tried to make, which was charge that far white unit into the flank of something and fight the tyrants with the zombies and the whites. There was even a tricky thing where he like pulls the whites out of combat, only charges with the zombies to pin, and then recharges with the whites later or something. I don't know.
If he's doing that though, isn't he actually better now still putting the ceremonial guard into the flank?
I think so.
Yeah. Because now he's going to be able to reform quite comfortably, right? Now that he's blocking them up.
I think he didn't do that because he didn't like his reform options.
Yep.
Because he can only reform the Rhinosaurs on top of the Tyrants. And if he didn't, otherwise, because there is Surge still in play.
Yep.
Have to be a good Surge, though.
Now
where those Tyrants are.
Yeah, you would either be giving up a straight flank to the Soul Reavers or giving up an easy Surge flank to the Whites.
Yeah, and this is where Whites would get to do white things. Fly, nimble.
They don't have nimble.
Oh, sorry. So like fly into position. Yeah, it might be trickier. Okay, we got dragon movement.
Yep, and he's realizing that there's nowhere he can go.
Is this just where you square up and say, come at me? No.
Or you just fly to the left and say, you know what? I've delayed like a lot of your army.
And
My only thing with going left is that if you're going to lead everyone on a merry chase, it should be away from your battle lines. So if he starts going left and everyone turns to follow him, that's just like waving them in, like traffic controlling them into your ceremonial guard.
So what would you do? Jump over the back of the rock and just take an extra turn to get around?
Nah. Could he go into he can't go into the referent cav troop, can he? Because that'd be...
These guys, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's way too far. He doesn't really have too much of a, like, I don't think he can arc dodge this Pegasus. And with that Liquidon being wavered, there's no way that Liquidon can do any sort of move to get out of arc of that. So that Pegasus isn't going to be stuck, like repositioning.
I mean, the Revenant Cav should have that covered. If he lands in between the back of the Soul Reavers and the front of his Ancients,
He can get out of arc there. He won't be able to breathe on anything, but so I mean, if he does that, then he can move his ancients in a different way because he no longer needs the ancients to burn.
Because
Where's
that's
the
my only
16
thought.
end to the rev cav? Could he end up just using it? I mean, it's got 4 wounds on it. Could he just use it as bait to bring the back Soul Reavers forward in the end in range of the ceremonial guard? Just pivot once and fly 20 meters to 20 inches to the center of the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could.
I mean, realistically, he's got to think of what uses it now.
So I mean, if he
the
did,
only thing that scares me with is that you just unlocked the Soul Reavers on this side and given them free reign to turn towards the middle and start doing terrible things. So that's the position I was thinking.
yeah, I think that might be his correct play. He doesn't have surge.
But can he stay out of charge range from those back Revenant Cav? Okay.
But you can at least make it so they charge to front.
Yep.
And in that case, they're moving away from objectives. And if that Fire Drake is moving there, the ancients that he moved to go burn something don't have to be there.
Yeah.
What about flying to the right of the pond?
Theoretically,
That's what I was talking about, I guess, with the go over the rock. I mean, if you're just happy to take an extra turn to get around, because you'll only be allowed 1 pivot, right? And then it's a matter of whether Alex chases him.
It's only a top of 3, so he has time to try to dance around, but he has only unit strength, and he's not going to. He would have to kill a zombie regiment in order to actually take something from him.
Yeah, and that would be my, if he does this, who knows, is the Pegasus hops over the rock and chases him, and the Revenant Cav over there chase him as well, and the Soul Reavers just piss off to go do good stuff, and you have those 2 units keeping the dragon hopefully out of the game.
Well, you have to remember that Pegasus has Lightning Bolt 6, so as he's chasing him, he's also peppering him, and eventually you're going to get away.
So that's the hope, is that if he pisses, and that might be the best option now, is to take your 355 point thing and make a couple hundred, make 300 points chase you or whatever it is. But they're ultimately going to hopefully win that one.
So is that out of range now, or he's left it there, Pat, of those top rev cav?
So it looks like so 12, 13, 14, 15. It does look like he was able to get just out of range. Yeah.
Well,
and he's out of Arc of the Peg?
Yes, he is out of Arc Peg.
Okay. He found the gap.
So yeah, at this point though, he doesn't need to give up the flank of the ancients. Yeah, because now the Fire Drake is going to be able to burn that token. But I don't know if they're going to be like, all right, yeah,
moving on.
Yeah, I think it was too many moves to feel comfortable doing that much.
So the ceremonial guard just chilling.
Yep.
Maybe he'll shoot them this turn, or he's going to shoot all the stuff at the dragon.
They went forward slightly, didn't they? Did they go? Were they on that token before?
Yeah, I think they shifted forward,
and they're still just out of range of the Soul Reavers. Is the important thing.
So now is the dragon visible to all 3 catapults?
It has to be.
So Alex is going to get what he wanted, which is another turn not shooting the ceremonial guard.
All right, so it looked like it was 5 wounds from the Ancients and then 3 wounds from Firebrand. for a total of, it looks like 12, and an 8 will not kill. He's short by 1 when you count for the brutal.
Basically on average with his hits. He's likely not going to go through here. 8.
Got 9. That was enough to kill, but the waiver or the inspiring makes it so that he's still alive.
There it is. Yeah. The God of Fours was not quite kind to him.
I mean, a good thing is those whites can pretty much only charge Ancients in the Woods, and they'll be hindered, or the flank of the Tyrants. So he does know where those whites are.
Yep. They're killing your Tyrants. That's where they are.
Yeah.
The important thing is he's not going to be able to follow them up because he didn't kill the zombies.
Yeah.
Now, I get why he didn't charge the Ceremonial Guard into him, though. I might have charged the Phoenix. The Phoenix would have done a couple of extra wounds.
The Ancients? Anything? I don't know.
The Ancients their legs are too short and they're too old. They were out of range. But the Phoenix, he has 5 attacks on 3s, and crush 1 doesn't matter against zombies. But so hitting on 4s,
hindered.
Yeah, you're looking at 1 or 2 wounds, which
would have done it.
Yeah,
would have made you reroll.
Yeah, would have made the reroll, which would have been a 7 or a 6 to roll.
We're going with that one. We're taking whatever the blackjack way, whatever the next one roll you got is what the universe would have given you. So, yeah.
I don't think that was a good turn for Ryan.
No, he didn't. He really needed one of those things to die.
Did he shoot anything with the dragon?
No. Maybe.
Is he coming back to do it now?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's coming back to do it now. Yeah.
Yeah. So did 2 wounds and didn't do anything. And those 2 wounds will stick because those Soul Reavers don't have anything to charge.
Yeah, until they get into combat, chip damage on Soul Reavers is really scary because they've got a Fury item, but if they didn't charge anything in the first place, those waivers kill.
So what do we think about the decision not to bring the Ceremonial Guard into the flank of the zombies?
I think that was ultimately the right one because I think he does lose him because he can't face the front of the Soul Reavers and not give up a surge flank from the whites.
Not even if you turned the cavalry?
He wasn't able to do that because of these tyrants down here. They would be sitting on top of him.
Okay.
So if he was able to move forward with the Rhinosaurs enough, he could have covered that flank. But then you're relying on dice, and even then, I think it wouldn't have allowed the Ceremonial Guard to turn enough.
I guess I'm just looking at this saying it's another turn of shooting with the catapults. Mind you, I've just given the catapults dragon bait. And I don't see where the Ceremonial Guard has anything to do the following turn. And I have Soul Reavers coming in from the right flank. So I haven't resolved anything by not taking that risk. And I think that would be my concern if I was Ryan. As much as I make fun of the 1 in 20 chance of rolling double 1s on the zombies, there's still a 19 out of 20 chance that you would kill them.
Yeah.
And it's so right now there's the token in the field in the back. There's the token in the forest. Those are safe for Ryan-ish. We'll see now, but safe-ish. It's not looking good for him getting up to the token in between the zombies and the whites or the token in the backfield on the right.
Do you think he forgot to delete that one on the right? Yeah.
It looks like
I
it.
think he might have.
Ugh.
And now there's unit strength there to make it.
Yeah, and I'm sure he probably feels it's too late, but
I honestly
surely he meant to delete it.
Well, this is one of those interesting ones. Like, it's a gentleman's game. You always want to be good about that. In a friendly game, absolutely, you should probably let him delete it. But the fact of the matter is, there was not unit strength there to contest it until Alex tipped his hand and made these moves. Would you, as a player, let Ryan now, after those moves have happened and the unit strength is there, say, "Oh no, wait, I meant to delete that"? Would you give him that?
I don't think so.
I would, because it seems an obvious choice to me, but I tend to be a little too much of a pushover in that regard. Ray, you're saying you wouldn't?
Anytime during, like, if you screw up during your turn, like the shooting where he shot at the very, very end, like, absolutely. If you want to do any, like, go backs within your turn to do something like that, cool. But as soon as I've moved, like,
Everything's locked.
well,
Yeah, I personally probably, if he brought it up, would have let him do it. But then, as if I was Ryan, I wouldn't bring up myself that I made the mistake. I'd just be like, "Oh, all right."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Especially since Ryan has already brought up the late shooting.
Yeah.
And like I said, I would let him do it, but I would probably personally feel like he shouldn't have asked in the first place.
I like that version where you're like, I'm going to let you do this, but I'm going to hold it against you that you asked me.
I will hate you till the end of time.
Yeah, my general personal rule is like, if something hasn't happened that would have influenced that decision, then I'm happy to like kind of go back and do it. But if there's been a move or something that could, even if it wouldn't have changed your mind, could have changed your mind for that, then I think it's not really fair to go back. So this is one of those on the bubble ones.
Well, I think it's different because it's on UV, right? Because he'd only just started moving. So,
yeah. And it does feel like the moves he made at that point were obvious. He turned the stuff around. He charged the flank. So.
And had he spoken up, like when I moved did the flank charge, I'd be like, oh shit, I gave you my flank so I could burn this. Can I burn this? But once I moved 4 things, 5 things, it's like if you ask for the burn with the flank, like that'd be cool. I'd be okay with that. But at this point,
well,
yeah, especially if it was on tabletop, because that you can't just take things back simply, right? But you never know. Maybe he didn't mean to burn it.
Yeah,
for some reason.
It's possible. I don't know why that would be a play right now, though, because
maybe he's hoping to get that, survive that flank charge, and then hold it there one more turn, and he'll just take the flank with the dragon and use the dragon as chaff. I don't know.
I mean, he could definitely survive that flank charge.
So this is my question. What Alex is closed really tightly here. Is there, like, can't the dragon just leave this box? Could go away? Because you don't have the RevCav sort of boxing them in anymore. They're all really close now.
Well, he can, but what he's probably got to do is he's probably got to block the vampire on peg, right? Because otherwise that vampire on peg is going to see the flank of the ceremonial guard.
Yep.
So he probably actually can't go anywhere.
So what you're saying is he's put the vampire and peg in a position where instead of chasing the dragon, he's now making the dragon react to him because the threat he is presenting is too great to other parts of the battlefield.
So, and he's going to have to use his height to block him up probably. So I think either way, that dragon, whatever he chooses, the dragon's gone now. Yeah.
See, I would run away with the dragon at this point.
Would you?
Yeah. You can stand there, but the vampire peg is going to hit you with 7 attacks on 3s, 3 to 4 wounds. Then he locks you down and you're dead. Like,
I just think he's strength.
I mean, what Alex is hoping for is he just bombs on him with 3 skulls and a lightning bolt and takes him off and makes this game a lot easier. But I'm not sure. I kind of like Ray's thinking. I don't know fully, but in a scenario-based game with some tokens kicking around, having a heavy flyer around turn 5, turn 6
Yeah,
to jump in and
he's
jump on
probably
an
got to make a decision.
yeah.
Yeah, like where's his real strength now? Is it in that ceremonial guard surviving, or is it in the dragon surviving?
So this is one of the ones where looking at the ceremonial guard, they have pivoted a bit to the right during their turn to align with the zombies.
Yeah, I think like there's an interesting thing where they are about to be your outside flank and getting them turned. I mean, you're potentially giving up stuff later to the whites, which is what I think he's scared of, is the whites win over there, pivot, and then they're looking at your flank. Like the ceremonial guard are in a bad spot.
Mm.
Which
What's
is
the range on those? Sorry.
Oh, they have Soul Reavers looking at the front of them. They're going to soon have
Mm.
Soul Reavers looking at their right flank, and they have whites to their left flank. And that's not a great spot to be in as a big scary horde that wants to fight things to the front. But we'll see.
Are both those Soul
Talk about being
Reavers? Those
stuck
top
in the
Soul
middle.
Reavers aren't in range, are they? Or they are maybe just.
Yeah, he's got to inch them out.
Not currently.
Mm.
I don't understand what's going on with the zombie horde. To me, I would just countercharge with them, but I don't know if there's something more devious that we're missing at this level.
Well, it's too big to do anything else, isn't it? Really?
I would think.
The only thing it could really do is back up and force a hinder, but with 12 wounds, that's I don't know if that's what you want to do, and that frees up the tyrants to do a couple more things by backing up. Actually, so I mean, you could just stay engaged and not. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I think I do think you counter charge, and might as well counter charge the Rhinosaurs.
I guess the other option is if you had backed up, you could shoot them with the catapults, but you have the dragon you want to shoot at this turn.
Don't give him more bad targets.
That would fit. It wouldn't be shooting the ceremonial guard.
I mean, I actually now think that dunking on that dragon could be the right call. I just think this game would have been a lot easier if those ceremonial guard had 8 wounds on them right now. We'll see.
Well, if they had 8 wounds, then they're vulnerable to the Soul Reavers. That's
what you don't need to kill them with shooting, but if you put them into danger of being one shot, they become a much less effective unit because they're not going to outrange anything. So,
and he's probably worried about the heal with the thing, but that heal's only like 3, like on average. So you're probably looking at you're eventually going to have wounds stick on them.
Yeah.
Granted, Ryan would have an extra Lacheladon right now.
But I don't like. Okay. That's nice.
It's a scoring unit, I guess. Ryan is starting to run out of them. He only has 8 scoring units left. He's lost. I literally just did this. He's lost 4 units so far.
Yeah, in the end, it means that he's essentially lost that. He can't compete for that back token, right? Because he needs it to support the front. Yeah.
The Phoenix. My guess is if he can keep that Phoenix alive last turn, it jumps on the one in the field.
Yeah. She's lost 3 units.
That's why I'm still counting that. I'm still sort of counting that backfield token as his. But
yeah, although now that he forgot, if he forgot to delete that token, the Vampire on Peg can easily run down and compete for that.
Yeah.
the zombies are moving.
Yeah, they are. Get in the game.
It's almost time to put the Phoenix on. I would almost consider in short order burning the token on the field.
Ooh, you're not worried about that vampire on peg coming back there?
Or the Reverend Cav, but I think if I was Ryan or if I'm Alex, the right has been decided. Like you've won that flank, and the question is how long can I delay you? And which two tokens do I go for if I'm Ryan for a draw? Because I'm beginning not to see the win. Okay, unless I put the Soul Reavers out so that they can get hit by the dragon and possibly.
So he couldn't back the Soul Reavers up in a position to get out of the dragon. Again, that dragon's not going to kill the Soul Reavers, and that Soul Reaver has Fury, so they're going to get a charge off. And that dragon's also about to eat some shooting attacks.
Yeah, I don't know if he can afford to burn that token in the field. I think he's got to leave it there as an option.
He might need it.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think he can afford to burn it.
I kind of wish that Phoenix was in the woods, so he had an option to charge something.
At that point, you're putting half your army, if you're Ryan, in that tiny woods.
Yeah.
Space is so tight. But you were right. That woods is sort of, you called early on that was going to be some kind of, you thought it would be games of chicken, but it's influencing in it as that a couple times units have had to do unoptimal moves just to get a toe in or a toe out. And it's been interesting to watch.
And that also comes back to what you said about catapults at the start, right, Brinton? It's like he may not have deployed so heavily behind that wood if it wasn't for the catapults. You know, it forces a change in your game plan.
Yeah, and again, not to go too far into what players might have been thinking, but he stuck a really valuable unit unscreened in the dead middle, staring at catapults. He didn't need to hide the rest of the army.
Yeah.
Like you gave him. It's sort of like if you're going to hide, you have to hide or not. And he gave him a really juicy target right in front. That's Pat's child is woken up.
Yeah.
His turn, maybe.
So it's
Rashad asking if the dragon can reach the back zombies, but I don't think it'd be anywhere near. No.
UB plays with my distances in my mind, but where they're sitting right now, there's no chance. They might have been a little further forward a moment ago.
Is the baby all right, Pat?
He was just letting me know there was a package at the door in his own way.
And he's like, it's okay. I protected the family. They left the package and ran.
Oh, yeah. He is super proud of himself right now. So the dragon is out of range of the zombies behind. I don't know if you answered that question from chat.
Yeah. Yeah, we assumed. We couldn't see the range, but yeah, we assumed. Well, the good news is we're almost halfway, guys.
You know, Pat, I never said the dragon can't kill the Soul Reaver infantry, but at this point in the game, if I was Ryan, I'd take it. It's a 1 in 6 chance, really, of winning that combat and killing them because they're not inspired. You have 15 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s. Let's say 7 wounds, 10 once, a 1 in 6 chance, 18%.
Mhm.
that piece off the board.
And at a certain point, you just have to, roll those dice.
Because I don't think delaying, and that was my thing with the ceremonial guard. I don't think delaying is in Ryan's best interest to not take the odds, whether it's 19 out of 20 or in this case 1 out of 6, assuming the dragon survives the catapults and lightning bolts.
Mhm.
Yeah, you don't think there's value in going to the flank of those Rev Cav if the Ancients survive, because then that would allow him to repivot, probably block the Vampire on Dragon and burn that token still. Because he'll essentially have to, at that point, decide to give up the token, and he's probably not winning that top right one either
Mhm.
at any point. Because he can't really push his ceremonial guard forward, because then he's going to be giving up. He's going to continue to give up flanks.
Yeah, the time to push his ceremonial guard forward was in turn 1, like 1 and 2, he did push him forward in turn 1, but in turn 2, and 3, and now he's been outflanked. And
Yeah,
looking at
I realistically think the top right is gone. Like, there's no way he can even compete for that to burn it.
Yeah. Well, if he got the 1 in 6 chance and killed the Soul Reapers, he could burn it with the dragon.
So he's shooting at the dragon with catapults. So for 1 hit out of his 2, for 4 blast for 4 and 4 damage, so it's up to 8. So I would go
It
to
might be a moot point.
honestly. Yeah, missed, and now I'm assuming the lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm. 4 hits.
4 hits.
2 more wounds.
So up to 10. So you're looking at more likely than not chance of wavering.
No.
And he's fine. He is definitely hurt, but he's fine. So Firebrand is in range, at least currently, of those whites. So that's one way you can lock down. I'm guessing he's going to be able to pivot out of range, though. Because I don't see any way else to lock down those whites. And the Phoenix can potentially pick up the whites with 9 wounds of his fireball.
But they'll be down to H, right?
Yeah.
But still, it's your best.
They're fine.
Mm-hmm. Just rolling them both together, because why not? And you need stakes.
Could the Ancients go after the Pegasus?
If it flies off, they probably could.
Yeah, with the Fire Drake out of the way, you probably could. And
I think that's how I do it.
Ancients and the Keeladon.
Yeah.
Still have a part.
The Keeladon can shoot the Soul Reavers and hopefully waver or just do more wounds. So actually, come to think of it, he can still pop that center token if he somehow gets the Keeladon and keeps that dragon there.
Yeah, the dragon would have to be there at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
That feels like a really dangerous spot to be.
So if you charge the flank of the Revenant Cav, and then you have the Keeladon charge with the Ancients, the other Revenants, then he'll have 3 unit strength on top of that token, and he can make up for his mistake previously.
So is that White Horde now still in 10 of Firebrand, now that he's pivoted?
I don't think so anymore. Oh, yep, he is. So Firebrand does have the attacks to be able to sit that thing down.
Yeah, this is where the Phoenix being able to see would have been useful, isn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point, it feels a little like, I don't know that this is how it's going to work out, but it feels like the whites aren't going to get to do some giant sweeping charges. They're going to keep getting units thrown into the front of them, kind of piecemeal.
Mm-hmm.
And they may never, that forest token may never actually be claimable by them. So Alex is holding the tokens he is on now at his backboard. Oh, hello, spicy dragon move. He's holding those. He's going to try and take this right one. That's 3. And there's 3 being held by Orion or in range to be held by Ryan. So it's really
I think
about
Ryan needs to kill that right token. And yes, it gives up your dragon to do so.
and that's what I was going to say is that if he blows up that right token, then he's winning. He owns 3, and all he has to do is hold those 3, which is going to be hard. He's going to have a giant pain train coming at him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he can hold those 3, he wins. And if that's a
And realistically,
That's-
Alex would only have 2 rounds of combat to do it. Maybe 3 if it's turn 7, because he won't be able to engage on his turn 4. Because if he keeps his dragon there, the dragon should pick up that Rev Cav. The Ancients and Lekelodon probably won't pick up the Rev Cav, but now you're looking at the Soul Reavers killed a dragon, and then they have to chew through Lekelodons and Ancients, so they're effectively out of the game.
Well, but what does the Pegasus do?
Pegasus goes and tries to fly to the field token is what my instinct would be. But if he's committing to this, the tyrants are also turning to the right to do some threat projection.
I think my issue with that move is if the Ancients essentially go into the Rev Cav, then aren't they giving their rear to the Pegasus?
Yeah, they might, but in which case the Pegasus is going to be charged by Ceremonial Guard.
So
Because you would turn a Ceremonial Guard into, and this is also relying on Firebrand sitting those whites down, because if that doesn't happen, then you're kind of screwed anyway.
All right, looks like that's where he's going to finish. He's moving his wound tokens. So I assume he's hoping to breathe off the Rev Cav.
It looks like he's facing to the right, so he's going to shoot.
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
so he
Soul
is. Yeah. Because he could, but he's not likely to breathe off the Rev Cav, I guess, because he could move the Lekelodon forward to compete.
he's going to try and breathe off the Soul Reavers, right? Or
He's changed his mind.
okay.
I think that mistake of not burning that token is really going to bite him, though. So if that token's burned, then it's an entirely different game.
And that's why I don't play this scenario enough, but I kind of love it because it is like it makes you think and play differently. And, you can commit a little to one flank, just enough to get unit strength there to burn it and then get away. And, maybe a smarter player than me can find a way to castle and make this a terrible scenario to play against. But when I've seen it, it tends to create a lot of tactical options. So
it looks like
And
he's
would you
bailing out
be-
his dragon.
Yeah, and would you be shooting with that Lekelodon or moving it forward on the off chance that you take off those Rev Cav and try and delete the token?
It has steady aim, so you can do both.
well, why not both?
You just can't charge to get in the way. But at this point, I feel like you just touch the obstacle so you don't get cover, and you go and shoot something.
So that dragon's going to get dunked down again by the shoot, right?
He's put
But it
Firebrand
does
into
mean
the
that he's
flank of the
not
zombies.
ceremonial guard again.
oh,
By making a dragon have to be a target, it means the ceremonial guard are good another turn, and he does have a Phoenix to heal him a bit.
I do enjoy the fact that we discussed all the options. Like mine was attack the Soul Reaver infantry because you have 10 wounds. Yours was let's get rid of the right token and burn it. And this is option number 3, and that's part of what I love about this game is there's 3 or 4 different options that we all saw from the placement of these items.
Yep. Yeah, he ended up doing something that none of us thought about, which is hide behind a ceremonial guard.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I thought of it, and thought it was a bad idea. Only if it doesn't work out for him. If it works out for him, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's definitely what I would have done.
He's essentially making Alex roll dice. And he does have a good amount of shooting with the Balefire catapults and the lightning bolts, but all of those things are things that could get fluffed.
Yeah, I think on 10 wounds though, we're in the realm of should be able to pop it. Should in giant quotation marks.
Regardless of whatever Healy does, it should still go, shouldn't it, next turn?
Yeah.
Did it get away from the peg?
Yes,
it should have because it was in front. So, and he went 20. Yeah.
Out of charge range, definitely not out of lightning bolt range.
Okay.
A ceremonial guard is going to have to turn. It doesn't look like it's going to be able to get out of arc or range of the Soul Reavers. So you're probably looking at Pegasus and Soul Reavers in front of them. So I would definitely plan on having the Tyrants back them up.
So, do you think he hasn't seen the Firebrand charge?
Yeah, it looked like he charged the flank of the
zombies.
So it looks like he missed that.
Because there's no reason to need that, right? So, to need him in the flank of the zombies.
No.
Are there ceremonial guard now in the position? No, they're not. They can't be flanked by the whites.
Not
Well, maybe could they fit?
It would have to go down to their fit. It looks like that's what he's trying to do. So it looks like he's trying to get out of the range of the Soul Reavers. Put it so that the whites can't fit in the flank, and so the only charge would be a Pegasus to the flank, which they can survive.
It's still going to stack a few wounds on them, though, isn't it?
All right, so it looks like he is going to attempt to use the Phoenix to kill the wounded whites.
That's one where I would have backed up the.
So
maybe it won't matter.
Gives him cover though.
Yeah. I thought the Phoenix was going to be sneaky and try and go around the side and get him, but it's got to protect the Phoenix from a countercharge if it fails. So, it doesn't matter here, but.
So the whites will get cover from this, which means you're probably only going to do 1 wound with the shooting, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's still going to be a tall order to break them because I can see up to 10. It's a 7 twice again.
Yeah.
So.
Taking cover from being in the forest, isn't he, as well? From moving into the forest.
Yeah. Whereas if you're in the open, you might get 3 wounds, gets it down to a 6.
Sorry, Alex and Ryan, if you read the chat.
Sorry.
Also, if I don't know, I haven't played on one of these yet, so I'm a bad judge. But Would you actually watch your own game back and read all the chat? Is anyone that vain?
I
Did they-
watched my game but didn't read the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watched my
I like-
game. I caught some of the chat. I mainly wanted to see. To me, it's fun to see people like, "Oh, you should have done this" type thing.
Okay.
See if there's any mistakes.
I think it depends what you watch it on. Like I watched mine via the Apple TV, so the chat doesn't pop up. But if you're watching it probably back on a browser, it automatically comes up anyway.
Interesting to hear that you watched your game back. I should be more careful about what I say.
No, you shouldn't, Dr. Williams.
I'm just assuming that no one has time to both play a 4.5-hour game of Kings of War and then watch it, but I could be wrong.
Oh well, see my 2 hours. And I didn't sit back and watch it minute by minute. Just stick it on and wander around. You know.
Yeah.
Listen to Jake going, "No, what are you doing?"
Sorry, the Phoenix did no wounds to the Whites, and the Liquilanon had 1 wound to the Soul Reavers, and didn't waver him.
Yep.
So that was a pretty poor round of shooting.
Yeah, the Phoenix though, it's Fireball 10?
Yep.
Yeah, hitting on 5. You know.
I mean,
So
that's not that. It's not that out of the realm to do nothing.
Yeah.
It does mean it didn't heal the dragon.
Yes, it does.
And that means the dragon is now getting dunked on by flaming skulls. Because at 10 wounds, you gotta pick it up. You might as well.
Oh, well, I think 22. No, that get.
Are the Soul Reavers in the flank of the Ceremonial Guard? The damaged Soul Reavers?
They were out of range.
Okay.
So even if they could see and get there, they wouldn't be able to reach.
If you're the Whites, do you just keep pushing them in, like 1 on each, or 2 on 1?
I feel like at this point you are starting to win a trade battle. So
You my thing would be you find the best way to trade favorably, whatever that means. And if that means sending the zombies in and backing up, or throwing them in there, whatever it is, the Ceremonial Guard pivoting and coming over to fight is no longer a realistic probability, because
all that stuff on the right.
Yeah, you really just want to find a way to keep them encircled so that they only have bad options. Because if you don't give up your back token, then you really just need the middle and you've won, regardless of what else happens. So don't give up your back and find a way to encircle those Ceremonial Guard, and you've won, regardless of what that forest does. What you want to avoid doing is letting them commit everything to the left and then come back to the right and protect it. You just want to avoid him being able to overwhelm you. So
he didn't pop those rev calves.
Actually, on that note, you don't even need to do anything.
Yeah, he did on the first row.
Like, you'll have 3. He'll have 3 at most. You just need to keep the threat there and find a way to either contest the bottom one or go after the Ceremonial Guard.
yeah, and I think if you can just get around the Ceremonial Guard, they'll crumble, and he's in position to start doing that right now.
Yeah. And that not taking off the token is huge in the end, isn't it? Because, like you say, Ray, he can pretty much just sit on those 3 now.
I think it could have given him more tactical options, but I think the end result is he's going to take that center token anyways, and that would have made it even if he had burned that one, it would have been a 3-2 loss. That's my. I think it would have given him a better option to defend. But I think at the end of the day, he's gonna pick up that ceremonial guard and hold everything. But he may still get the field, but that he'll hold everything but the field in the forest. Worst case, best case, he tables. Like this could go very bad. It might be fine, but it could go very bad for Ryan in a moment. He could start losing pieces. Yeah, he could start losing the pieces in the forest, get surrounded, dragon goes off this turn, and suddenly he's looking at a Lacheladon running for its life. So.
Well, the Lacheladon could be in trouble. No. Wow, he really wants that unit gone.
I don't know that he needs to do that.
Hit it with the Lacheladon. Hit the Lech.
I thought he could hit the Lacheladon, but I think the Ancients are in the way, so.
Yeah.
The Lacheladon was out of... Yeah, the Ancients are in the way, and he's out of arc of everything else.
So do you... I think it's early. Would anyone take that Pegasus into the side of the ceremonial guard?
I would.
Always be flanking?
Always be flanking. I would do that.
At this point, yeah.
And
you can move the Soul Reavers up.
Put the Soul Reavers in range, but out of the ceremonial guard range, and then just stand there, sharpening swords and listening to Depeche Mode.
And yeah. Or is it better to chase that dragon and be lightning bolting in?
That's the only thing for me is that you're going to shoot all your catapults at it. Do you add the lightning bolt in just in case?
The lightning bolt's more likely to actually do a single wound.
Mm-hmm.
It's more consistent.
And then assume
we're three.
Actually, you could pivot it so that you have the option to lightning bolt the Lacheladon or the dragon if you really want to be greedy.
All cases covered.
Well, because then you begin with the catapults on the dragon, and if they all miss, then you lightning bolt the dragon, and then you lightning bolt the Lacheladon.
Yep.
You have both your Soul Reavers for the ceremonial guard.
Yeah, I think he's likely to pick up the ceremonial guard at some point anyway, even without putting it in the flank this turn.
That was my thought. The best thing the ceremonial guard can do right now, and this is why it influences the other side, is pivot them so he takes both Soul Reavers to the front. If he does so, he's giving up some bad angles to zombies and whites from the other side that he'll have to close off. And that's even more time Ryan's spending not fighting if he's trying to protect that flank of the ceremonial guard. I don't want to say they were badly set up, but I just don't know what they thought they were going to accomplish because all they've done is walked forward and stood there.
So the problem is they got
the Soul Reavers, hasn't he? The Soul Reaver infantry, even in the front.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said I feel like he's been he didn't push them forward because he was worried about the threat of the Soul Reavers in the front. Which is, a reasonable threat at 25 attacks.
Yeah, but you're playing Alex, who has run Soul Reaver infantry, I think, all 6 rounds of this tournament. Like, you need to have some solution for Soul Reavers to the front of your best unit because it's going to happen. Like, it's going to be there. So, not to be hard. Ryan's a good player. I'm not trying to be mean about it. It's just when you look at late into the game and your most expensive, strongest unit has not positively influenced it so far, you have to ask how that happened to learn from it. So,
interestingly, Alex has moved his vamp 15 inches there, so he's doing neither of those options. He's not going to shoot Yeah,
I think he's doing a combo of that, which is he's putting them in a position to mess with the ceremonial guard's pivot, I think. they're not going to be able to pivot as well because he's within 1 inch if they start to move. So I think he's messing with their pivot ability. He's still going to lightning bolt the dragon, and he's still in their flank for future turns to do bad things to them later.
So if you wanted to mess with the pivot, he should have gone further.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, he should have gone another 4 inches.
Yeah. It looks like he's going for that back left token, which he doesn't really need to.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Okay.
undoing it. So.
He also, by moving there, he starts to threaten stuff in the forest.
He does,
the tyrants, etc., which is, I think, a pretty useful position to be in.
And
I think
despite of time, it's still only turn 4.
And he's trying to. I think the reason he doesn't go further is he still wants to lightning bolt.
But you can't once you go 14, right?
Is he going?
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, then get behind him. Because I do think that's a strong move there. If you put them behind them so that they cannot. Yeah, if you put them in a position where they can't pivot to protect the flank from those infantry on the right, that's a death sentence.
Yeah, because you could box them in with the Pegasus in the back and the Reverend Cav to the right, and I don't know what you do with them at that point.
And you have the Soul Reavers covering the front, so if they did a massive reform, like a massive pivot, you've got all kinds of stuff facing you from, yeah. The more we talk about that one, the more I like it, but that means he probably won't do it. It also it's also a good illustration of why being on the panel is way easier than playing the game, because we can like talk through these things and convince each other.
Yeah.
I'm more than
I have several ideas that
So it would be an incredibly slow game, but I think it would actually be really interesting to have like 3 generals on 3 generals, but controlling 1 army.
Yeah.
Where you're doing everything by consensus.
I mean, you can do a universe battle by email style, where you just don't actually sit there and wait for the other person's turn.
Oh, that would be so slow.
It would be, because then you have to consistently get 3 people back together to talk about it.
So the thing is, I am old enough to have done play by email and even play by mail games way back in the day, where you would send your like tactical move in an actual like snail mail, and the arbitrator of the game would move everyone's stuff on this big sort of map and send it back out to everyone, and you would get to do like 1 move a month or something. And it was, at the time, it felt revolutionary, but looking back, geez, that was horrible.
I don't know.
Okay, so
Play by mail sounds like it would have been a lot of fun for the time.
it was, this is many years ago, but at the time when you're living in a town and finding gamers, the age-old problem of the hobby is it's a social game for a bunch of antisocial people, and finding 20 people to do this grand tactical war game was very, very difficult for someone whose access to the game store was the public bus and a skateboard. Playing by mail was the best option I had. It would be in the back of a magazine. You'd contact people, and super weird, but yeah, I loved it.
So do we dare ask what game was this that you played by mail?
Oh, I mean, it was some weird homebrewed like Ancients, where you controlled territories, like just a fancy version of Risk, essentially. Where we were fighting over the Mediterranean as successor empires to Alexander. So that was the game, and I did not do well at it because I was like 9.
But I think we have the full move that we discussed right to the back.
Okay. So he's gone in, he's boxing them in, he's moved the Soul Reavers up to challenge in the front. He is assuming he will win that combat to the side, and the other Revenant Cav are off to chase a Lakelodon.
To be fair, I don't think it even matters if he wins in one turn the combat on the right. I think because he has the Reverend Cav if they move up, and if they don't move up, he's going to have a Pegasus in the back. So I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, again, some experience playing units like this. I played Long Axe a bunch with the Orcs. Same footprint, Phalanx. Not quite as good in combat because they didn't always have the Brew of Strength. But a similar unit, and this is their nightmare scenario, which is... This is most units' nightmare scenario, but they don't have a lot of tricky moves they can do. Their job is to be big and get hit in the front, and they're slowly being encircled. And I think, Ray, you called it out. It feels like forever ago, but it was last turn that when they moved up to this position that you would have liked to have seen them pivot or do something to make a slightly better battle line.
Yeah.
So,
Well, he didn't see the Firebrand charging into the white, so if he did pivot, he would have given up a flank.
yeah, that's true. We were assuming he would pin those whites. Yeah, those whites being there makes this even scarier. But
yeah, so especially with Brew of the Haste, that's a pretty large threat range. So I mean, at this point,
Matt's just gone to sleep. Matt's back
he's
asleep.
got to wake up his kid now. At this point, if you're Ryan, what are your options to try to see if you can get a draw even?
I think last turn was the turn for desperate moves. I think he's in trouble now.
Let's think absolutely desperate stuff. If there's a way to get that Phoenix out and about, and keep some of these objectives honest, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here.
Well, we haven't seen what happened.
We could get they're talking to make sure that these guys are actually within 10 inches.
Oh, I don't think.
Yeah, the zombies are going to be charging the rhinosaurs, it looks like.
Yeah, get in there.
I wouldn't do that. I would be afraid to do that because I would want to keep my 2 unit strength on that token because I don't want the Pegasus flying over and burning that token on me.
So my thought is that those whites we're zoomed way in, right?
Yeah, it's been very sluggish on responding.
Okay, well, my initial thought is that those whites are not actually going to go fight much. They're going to hold back for a preferential charge.
There we go.
I'm not sure what Ryan's saying there in the chat.
What was that, Matt?
I said I'm not sure what Ryan's saying there in the chat to Alex.
He's back.
Oh, he must have gone to pick up the thing from school.
Yep.
And he's come back, and Alex has moved his vampire peg.
Well, that's why Alex asked for confirmation that the zombies were in range. He because it was close.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to pull something cheeky that Ryan comes back and it's like, oh, I thought they were out of range.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's going to double charge the Ancients.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So should be able to pick him up.
Yeah, I guess what we've got to keep in mind is that Alex wants to, in terms of podium, wants to win big. right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, he's gonna try and table Ryan.
Yeah.
That's what's coming. And by charging the rhinosaurs, he has blocked up any kind of line of sight for the tyrants and restricted their movement and charge options a bunch. So he's going to try and blast out everything that's in front of them, and then get some charges on the tyrants.
Mm.
It's just, yeah, this is bad news.
Yeah, because I'm assuming catapult will go into dragon, take that off.
If we don't see some double ones or some spiky rolls or something, if this just goes sort of by the averages, we're looking at a paddling. It's not friendly. He's got to hope those catapults do not.
Well, no one accused him of being the friendliest Canadian anyway. So
yeah. So what is let's talk about Alex's Canadian status. I don't know if I think Ray is off right now, so we can't hear from him. But he comes down, he wins best of the rest, right? This year. That doesn't seem like a very deferential and nice thing to do, is to come into America and take a trophy. So
yeah, in your backyard.
Does he even like hockey?
I think Alex likes hockey, but to be fair, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan either.
Okay, but you curl.
I curl, yeah. Well, one Canadian sport.
Well, that's like plus 10 Canadian points. If you were not just pay attention to curling, but actually go do it. So.
He likes mirrors, Alex. How else do you get the hair that perfect?
So.
Oh, wow. Double charge.
Yeah, he's coming in.
Hey.
What we were talking about, Ray, I think you might have been away, was that because this is towards the top of the tournament, he's going for a big win to raise positions. He's gonna,
and also for attrition. He's legitimately looking at like a top 5 efficient finish in attrition kill.
Yeah, well, not just attrition. I guess the key is he's got to take 5 tokens, right? So all 5 points per token to get maximum points under this scoring system. So, sorry, had to go coffee number 2.
I don't know if he'll skip 5 tokens. If I was Ryan.
Well, yeah, Ryan could do the thing, right? If it was a longer term game, he could just start. Oh, well, no, he can't really. He hasn't got control of any now. I was going to say, oh no, he's got control of 1. Ryan could be nasty and just burn it.
So Alex is maybe 16 points away from Tom Robinson, who's leading the tournament, but he's actually only 8 from the guy in second. So if he gets a big win, he could jump into second place, depending on what the guys above him do.
Yeah, I think we worked it out. I think I worked it out with Taz. Tom basically has to lose to not win the tournament at the moment, but I think even a good draw will have him winning, I think.
Yeah, but Alex right now, if he gets a big win, is trying to podium.
Oh yeah, he's trying to podium for sure. Yeah,
that's a reason in what, like, a basically 150 person international event. That's a big deal. So yeah, put the hammer down. So we've got confirmation from another Canadian that Alex does not like hockey. So that's like a minus. That's like minus 50 Canadian points, and we're gonna desperately need his opinion on curling, Tim Hortons, geese, and.
Okay, well, no Canadian likes Canadian geese. Like the evil, the awful. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the velociraptors of the modern world, except they like bread more than they like flesh.
It's the only thing that saved us. All right, so he's done 6 wounds to the dragon so far.
Ugh. Here we go.
And got the nerve, and he has picked it up.
Yep. I'm looking forward to the end of this game when he shot no catapults at the ceremonial guard.
Well, he's still got two turns, Brinton.
He won't need to. He'll have other targets. He'll find something. He's
Yeah,
going to
he'll,
shoot that. Like he's going to find a way to. Go on.
Good shooting. He's just going to charge it with Soul Reavers.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's going to find a way to pick up the Phoenix with the catapults before he ever gets a shot at the.
you might be right with that, actually.
Yeah.
Well, the Phoenix is still a threat for taking objectives off him, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, actually, in this scoring system, it doesn't matter, does it? Because it's not a swing scoring system. He's just got to get as many points as he can.
Well, if Ryan can take an objective, it still counts for a bonus point for him.
For Ryan, yeah, but it doesn't matter
yeah.
to Alex. Yeah.
And Ryan could play spoiler and fly that Phoenix over and just take an objective. But
And burn it.
I think Ryan, because the center one's worth 2 for bonus points. Yep. So Alex only does need to capture 3 other ones in order to max out points. All right, and he has killed the ancients as well.
Yep.
And now those whites are down to 7 wounds.
That's Phil.
Calling it. The RevCav troop will charge the Lachilodon after it shoots off the troop with 6 wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Stuck in combat, and there'll be no one there for that right token. So I'm saying turn 5, Lachilodon kills the RevCav troop. The other RevCav troop charges it, and it's stuck in combat for the rest of the game.
Can it get out of arc of that RevCav?
Probably.
Because there's no surge over there.
Yeah, with a 6-inch move, it should be able to. Because its front will be up there.
Then
That Lachilodon's going to run circles and eliminate both those RevCav and sit on that token triumphant at the end of the game.
So Lachilodon can technically kill a Soul Reaver unit. He just needs to get 5 hits, 5 wounds, and roll boxcars.
And then bottom of turn 7 with the Lachilodon left, it's going to take a single catapult and drop.
What's the piercing on the Lachilodon? Is it 1 or 2?
I'm sorry, the what?
The Lachilodon. What's the piercing on it? Is it 1 or 2?
Piercing 1.
Yeah, so it might not even shoot off those RevCav.
Oh, no, it
No.
might not, but
no,
we-
not optimal.
we're trying to predict good things, Matt. I'm not over here trying to predict ineffective shooting because that's what it normally ends up being.
So really, you look at this ceremonial guard, who is a 300-plus point unit. And first turn, they move 10 inches up. And since then, they've moved a total of like 4 inches from their current location. Like they've pretty much been in that exact spot the entire game.
Yeah, they've probably actually moved overall backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and sometimes that's totally fine if you are putting an incredible amount of threat or pressure on your opponent by their position being there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel like they were. They created a sort of no-fly zone, but Alex's army just went around that no-fly zone and won the other parts of the battle and ignored them until he had an opportunity to take them down. And that's the problem. So they stood around basically pinning a unit of Soul Reaver infantry across from them from doing anything else. But at that same time, the Soul Reaver infantry was constantly threatening them. So,
and honestly, that was a fair trade for Alex.
Yeah.
since everything else was winning.
Yeah, and that's I think Ryan had some really tricky roadblock issues in the forest because he had more strength committed to that left flank than Alex did.
He wasn't able to punch through
No.
quickly enough or really at all anymore.
It's looking like it all. And I think that was just maybe a tricky move or a tricky footprint, or he thought he had a charge that he didn't end up being able to make, or something happened in there. We can ask afterwards, but I think he had a plan for that side, and the plan didn't work because he committed a lot of resources to that flank, and the fact that it looks like he is ultimately going to lose that flank is a problem. So,
yeah, he's going to lose that flank without taking out very much either. So far, the only things Ryan has killed is a single troop of Rev Cav and a single horde of zombies, and that's it.
Yep. The fact that right now it's looking like those whites are going to carry through without dying, although we're looking at that's not a charge.
He's trying to charge.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, can he do that?
He's not actually in the flank though, right?
No, that's a front, and if you look, he's hitting the corner. The thing is, he wouldn't be taking that extreme of an angle. Minimum pivots and all that. He would be in a position where if he did hit, he would be shooting past them, which still isn't a bad thing because then they can't be surged, and now your Phoenix isn't going to be killed by whites.
Wait, I don't understand the move that's happening. Sorry.
So basically, he is count front. So because he can hit the corner, he would then align to him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's going. I see it now. I see it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, he's hitting the individual of his front, and then the individual after him.
I didn't see the individual. That was my.
Oh.
I thought that was a charge on the whites.
Whites, yeah. Yeah, he's charging his necromancer, or looking to charge that necromancer. That's actually an incorrect angle he would be taking, though. Because he would be facing more northwest in order to take the minimum pivots to hit.
If he killed the necromancer the way it should work, he would not be in line to overrun into the whites, right?
No, actually, no. He might be right because there's not enough space between the necromancer and these whites.
Yep.
That he has to take an extreme angle.
Yeah.
So yeah, that actually might be the correct move there.
Okay.
If we also want to talk about things installed, like these tyrants haven't. This Phoenix, all it's done is cast heal once and fireball once. These ancients have actually fought a lot, but against zombies, which is what Alex would want them to fight. Right. It really just looks like Ryan is not getting the matchups at all, and Alex has been able to slowly pick him apart.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the game, I sort of said the three units that need to win this for Ryan are the Tyrants and the Ceremonial Guard. And right now, the sum total damage those three units have done is they put 8 wounds or 7 wounds on a White Horde and didn't break it.
Yeah.
So we're at the top of 5, and that's what they've done, which probably isn't good enough for the way this army needs to work. And that's ignoring the dragon and what the dragon did or didn't do. Those 3 units are the things that will pick up, because he had basically 3 hammers and a dragon, and Alex brought 4 hammers. So you need your hammers to pick up his, and they're not in a position to do that and haven't so far. So.
Oh, what is...
So those zombies, those Ceremonial Guard are in the flank of the zombies. So he's looking to see what that positioning would be.
Yep.
In which case you'll be getting reared by whites because you can't shut them all down. or by Soul Reavers.
Yeah, I mean it's a desperation play. I just don't know what's good about it.
Yeah, well, it's taking them off the 2 points, isn't it?
Oh, you
Yeah,
can
But I mean, I guess they're likely going to disappear anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
actually you could burn both the tokens.
I mean, I am an entirely petty individual, and if I was Ryan, I would be burning every token I could and being like, "You're not getting that podium over my dead salamander lizard body."
I mean, and
burnt-
that's exactly what you should do to an opponent in order to be sporting towards other people not in this game, right?
I would be burning every token I could. I would be cheating and
to that top one.
I would be cheating and burning the center token. I don't care.
So he can't. Oh yeah, he can burn this
Top one.
left one with the tyrants and the rhinosaurs.
So you could burn both of those.
But he's left the 2 open. Oh, but he could move them and as well. I think that's what he's going to do, is it? Maybe.
Honestly, if he was going to do that, he should have moved a Phoenix to the one down in the field and went ahead and burned that.
That would have been awesome to burn all 3 tokens on one turn.
Yep.
And imagine if he had burned that first one when we thought he would have. There would be 2 left on the board.
If he did that, I reckon I'd almost hear Alex scream from here.
I would love that. I would have loved if it was the center token was like the only one left, and that's all Alex can get. 2 points.
I mean, that would have cost Alex 3 bonus points. Yeah.
You really hold a grudge over best of the rest, don't you, Brenton?
For the record, I don't care that Alex won best of the rest because I wasn't in that tournament. I was on the other side of the room in the rarefied air of Masters.
Right.
To be fair, though, how many people are in your region that you have to beat out?
Are you insinuating that it is easy to qualify for the West Masters team? Because you're right. But
That's somebody who lives in Fort Worth qualified for the West Masters team.
But just to clarify, West did not finish last in battle at Masters.
Oh no!
No,
There
that
you
was the Pacific Northwest. So we aren't the worst. We can say that, and we're getting better. The last year we had no mercs, so we're growing. Jeremy's doing the Lord's work.
2 years in a row now that y'all have no mercs.
So Steve H, I don't know who that is, some random, wants a quick rundown from turn 3.
Ryan started losing.
Ryan,
Trout.
So what it looked like, it'll be interesting to ask him at the end, that Ryan, was that the end of turn 2 or the end of turn 3, forgot to burn the token on the right, potentially. And then that's led to a big conflux that Ryan's ended up winning over on that right flank.
So, my
dragon started away and eventually got shot down after a couple turns.
Yeah, my prediction is that something went wrong in that left-hand forest. That he had a plan to win over there, and he messed it up somehow, or Alex messed it up for him. But I think it was probably his own movement that did it.
I think Alex shoving that zombie horde into the rhinosaurs and then not killing it is what really was the turning point. Because that
was
kept
probably what came up.
Everything back. And in general, the fact that he kept the tyrant so close to those rhinosaurs, so that if those rhinosaurs were blocked up, he couldn't get around them at all.
Yeah,
and that's one of the big things, especially with these thick chaff units that people are trying out. They don't die easily, so you have to plan for them still being there.
And they're tall, so you can't just see over them.
Yeah.
He just double won the Rev Cav troop from shooting with the Lecelodon.
Yeah, but it's not a true
It's
double
not
one.
a bad one. No.
He needed a 6 to kill.
Dash 14 is too good on Death 5. Man, that is so good.
Especially for
as a dwarf
105.
player, nerf him like Brox. Nerf him like Brox.
So the Brock dash 15 are only it's 20 points more dash 15, and they also have a lot more attacks. Now, granted, they are defense 4 though.
Mm.
Dumb question. What's going to happen with the tyrants at the bottom? Like, what do you?
Don't know.
Because they have whites in the back now.
It depends on if Alex wants to get him in the butt or wants to shoot him with flaming skulls. I'm guessing so these whites actually shouldn't be able to see him if he positioned these dinosaurs correctly.
That's what he's trying to do right now is cover their back. But like, it's a Band-Aid.
Yeah. I'm guessing those tyrants are going
Like, I honestly wonder if that's what he's going for. I mean, he's only a chance at that middle one, but I don't know if he's looking to pivot like that.
And that's what I didn't understand with that ceremonial guard, the attack into the zombies. What do you do with them now? I don't know what you did with them before.
Are they out of arc from the back whites?
No.
Nope.
And honestly, he was probably at a point where his only realistic option, if he didn't charge the zombies, was to hope for a double 1 at a late turn, and then just be like, "I have more unit strength than you do here."
But he hasn't burnt any tokens yet.
No.
Yeah. At the end of his turn.
Yeah, he can burn 2 this turn if he remembers.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Richard's ragging on Best of the Rest in the comments, saying that we shouldn't be mentioning it in front of the former US Master.
That's going on your tombstone, Pat.
Has been master.
Yeah. Once US Master, I guess you're always a former US Master, right?
Yeah, it's been fun writing that as, you know, the old has been drunk guy at the tournaments. I was once master.
Well, and you
listen.
Yeah. And talk about play by mail.
And you won with unnerfed vampires. That's how old it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a defense 6 vampires. I had
he did burn the top one.
They did get rid of the no, they still had defense 6 dragons at that one. And burning dragon.
Oh.
And just for the record, how many defense 6 vampires were in your list?
Only 1.
Okay.
So my list did not look like that. But how many defense 6 units were in my list? 3. I had whites, defense 6 Rev King on Flying Worm, and a defense 6 vampire.
So that's interesting. He burnt the top left token, and he burnt the other one, but then he brought it back for some reason.
Now it's gone again.
Now it's gone again. Yeah.
There it is.
So
Salt the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is pretty much. Yeah.
Well, the Pegasus can take the rear of the Rhinoceros cavalry.
Yeah, I think he's got to claim that bottom token, though. If he wants a big win, that's the choice he's been given now. Because what are we? Are we turn 6 hours in or something in turn 5? You know, he's probably got to start to make a choice. He could fly down there 10, take control, and pivot back to threaten and decide what he wanted to do last turn.
It doesn't help, though, because if you do that, the tyrants could still turn 90 degrees and come down, unless you shoot them off with catapults.
You could position it so that tyrants can't get within 3 inches of it, though.
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's what you'd have to do.
Because if that Pegasus doesn't go down, then that Phoenix can jump over and burn it.
Or the other option is, does he put it in the front of the tyrant to block him getting to the 2 and burning it? Because essentially Alex wants to claim all of those tokens that are left now to get the maximum points under Northern Kings.
Yep.
So Ryan's done a good job of keeping it interesting, despite being in a losing position.
Well, and that's half the fun in playing spoiler, right?
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we're on to Alex's turn, so bottom turn 5.
Yeah, so he's taken the positioning move to threaten later, and it looks like he will block him from getting within 3 inches regardless.
Yeah, and he's contesting it himself, so the Phoenix can't fly over and burn it.
Yeah.
So Soul Reapers into the front. Zombies hold the 1 objective. Are the Soul Reapers with 1 wound in the flank and in range?
Of
No.
what?
Oh, the same. They're not in range of anything.
They'd
So
be in range of rounds, wouldn't they? They could have a crack at 5 rounds to get close. I mean, that would be an effective way to drag them.
It also heals them a bit.
I know those tyrants are the Pathfinder ones.
So the question is, does Ryan have anything left this turn other than the Heliodon?
I was going to say the Pegasus.
The Phoenix, yeah. I think the Phoenix will be left as well.
I think that'll be.
So he'll rear those ceremonial guards with those other whites.
Yep. And just for fun, shoot the charge the front with Soul Reavers.
Yes, because he can now, because burning that top left token, I guess, has left him free to do that. Because now he'll turn his zombies back to claim the other.
Yep. Now, granted, there is a chance that the Phoenix kills the zombies. Because if he backs up, he'll be out of range, though.
Is he in range there, where he's put it?
Oh.
Yeah, he's in charge range and in a flank. It's not a great shot, but it's a chance. And then if you overrun, then you can burn that one too.
I don't reckon if Alex leaves him there, he hasn't seen it.
Yeah. And sometimes at the end of the game, it's easy to make little mistakes that cost you a point or two. It's one of those things where you win by 24 instead of 25. But
especially when it's taken half a day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys, I had to step away for a moment to play a quick game of Kings of War. Finished, I'm back.
I was just going to duck off and get my PlayStation controller to buy Last of Us, Brenton, while download it while the game's going. Should be finished by the end.
Yeah, you gotta kick off that download. Our CDN speeds are not as fast as they probably should be.
Is there any way you can use his referent cav to lock in that Heliodon?
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing right there.
Yeah, he really wants that token.
Well, now he's realized that someone is salting the earth. That's required.
Yeah, well, just when you stepped away, I said, Brenton, that Ryan's done a really good job of keeping this interesting, even though the game is lost.
Yeah, you go for me, it's one of those play.
He's a man of people.
You got to play petty. You got to go for every little thing. When you're losing, when you're winning, sure, whatever. If you feel like it, you can be magnanimous and kind of. But when you're losing, you just eke out every little annoying. Pick a unit you hate and take it off the board. Burn objectives, defend something, run something away. Do whatever you can to just because it may not feel like it, but there's going to be a game that's on a knife's edge, and you being able to play out 5, 6, 7 from a losing position to get any tiny advantage you can is going to matter in a real game, in a game that's not lost. So flexing those sort of mental muscles, getting used to playing it out to the end can be super, super helpful. Because I've seen people pull a loss back into a draw just by really tight play at the end, really skillful play at the end. The other person kind of thinks they have it won and is pushing too hard, and suddenly it's like, wait a minute, there's a draw available again. So,
Yeah, Michael Piercy is the king of that against me. Turn 3, it'll look like I have him on the ropes, and all I have to do is like just autopilot and clean things up. And by turn 5, I'm like, oh shit, it's a draw right now, and I might lose this.
yeah. Like, wait, I gotta pay attention. So, we'll see.
How far away is the zombie regiment from the token?
Too far.
Yep, too far. The Phoenix is not in range, though. He decided to back up the zombie regiment to not get charged. Doing that in turn 6, he can just sidestep.
Is there anything? I don't know if you guys already discussed this while I was gone, and I'm wrong. I guess those whites will be the problem, and that Pegasus. Never mind. I had some crazy plan where you could delay those Soul Reavers and stick the Tyrants on top of that center token and hope for no turn 7. But
well, it's only turn 5, isn't it? So the interesting thing is by not moving those Soul Reavers forward, he's just cost himself the middle token if Ryan decides to move forward and burn it.
He shot one.
You can't burn the middle.
Yeah.
So he's trying to shoot it.
He's done 3 hits. That's another 4 with the blast. He's done 9 wounds to those guys.
Yeah, right. That was a Hail Mary, though. They were unwounded.
Yep. But yeah, his War Machines kind of went off that turn. 9 wounds is pretty damn good there.
And now he's got
solid.
Nerve 7 is 16. That won't get him, will it?
No, they're dash 17.
So that was a gamble. He'll probably lose that center token now.
No, you can't burn the
Can't burn it.
Oh, right. That's right. Okay, yeah.
But if I was Ryan, I would just say you could and see if he catches it. At this point, just cheat all over the board. Win if you can, lose if you must, but just cheat.
10 wounds from the Soul Reavers. You got 54 attacks here. 25 wounds from the whites. Nerve got him.
Does the Phoenix inspire?
No, not anymore. They replaced it with Radiance of Life.
They were too strong. You saw them on every top tournament build.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just about to say something about that. Like, I think it feels like it lacks inspiring, don't you? Don't you reckon?
I forget it doesn't have it because I was so used to seeing it in V2 that I think put in a Basilian like army review on Dash 28 that it inspired, and Paige called me out on it. He like messaged me and was like, "Do you still think it has inspiring?" And it was like, "Oh, busted."
This is an interesting question. Do you leave the rear of the rights open to the Phoenix to say, please charge me, so that you have a counter charge and you account for where it's going to be?
I mean, you don't lose points for losing units.
Yeah.
You only gain points. So that actually would be a way to try to maximize points. Be like, hey, I'm going to give you this, and you will gain points this way, but that means I gain more points.
Well, what kills it?
And and honestly, you don't need that unit of whites anymore. You know,
No.
It's done its job.
Because the flank I might not take, but if you offered me the back, like, always be flanking, always take a rear charge if you can.
So he did offer the flank, and he offered it hindered.
You see, that's not good enough to entice. Like,
Yep. Yeah, I think I actually do offer to rear and just be like, you can take it and then I can pick you up. Let's see, in order to get absolute max points.
Well, there's I mean, it's honestly not going to do anything else the rest of the game anyway.
Mm-hmm. He has to kill 1945 points of Ryan's to get the maximum attrition as far as bonus points go. And
And he needs every single objective that's still on the board. So by offering, you're saying, I know where you're going to be. I can kill you, but you get points. I get points. Everyone gets points. We're all happy. That's the Canadian solution. Let's do it.
So if he picks up the Rhinosaurs and the Tyrants, which he should by the end of the game, then he doesn't even need to kill the Phoenix as far as getting maximum bonus points. But if he wants to try to go for like most killed or most percentage of the army killed, he might still go for it. Oh, I actually forgot about Firebrand. He'll need to kill Firebrand or the Phoenix then.
Plus the Achillodon.
So he can leave the Lachilodon and then either Firebrand or the Phoenix alive to get the +5.
Okay, so the Rhinosaur Cav are gone.
That was a pretty good roll. He got exactly what he needed with a 15.
So he's looking to face them down there, is he? So can he, if he moves 8, does that bring him within of that bottom 3 of that bottom token? I wouldn't imagine so. Maybe it does.
He can get to the center with. Is he facing down?
He's facing down at the moment, I think. Oh no, he's facing up now. He's changed.
I don't necessarily understand that.
No.
I think he's planning on having the option of ditching to the right or covering the Soul Reavers if the Phoenix decided to jump
that's what I
over.
meant. Over. That's the only explanation.
But the Phoenix can only jump over, what, 10 in turn? Unless it goes 20. But so what? Your Phoenix is unit strength 1, your zombies are 2, so you still claim the objective.
I think in terms of going into the Soul Reavers, but once again, so what? It's not going to go through the Soul Reavers.
Yeah, 5 attacks on 3s with Crush 1. They're, that's one of those. I actually almost like that move where he runs 20 because if the zombies attack you, they're in flank and then they get pulled off the objective.
Yeah, they're not scoring then, so. And then you can actually even get a bonus point of your own if the turn ends, the game ends.
So I like that Phoenix. I don't see any other moves with the Phoenix other than just fly 20.
So the thing is, if the Phoenix moves there, they're still in charge of the haste whites.
Do you go after a catapult?
Yeah, could.
That'd be 15 attacks. You should get it. To copy Brinton, like always do the thing to get you some points and give a poke, even if you're losing.
Okay, so it's Ryan's turn, top of 6. Sorry, I had to wake the kid up and give him a snack.
Ryan's turn, top of 6. He doesn't really have much options. He's what has he killed so far? He hasn't even killed enough to get a bonus point yet. He is 70 points shy of that.
So killing the catapult. That's what you.
That's the best.
So
That's
he's
the easiest
obviously-
way for him to get.
Mm.
Or after the
Looks
next
like he's just got back into the necro in the end. 8 and 8 gets them. No reroll, so they're dead.
Yeah, it's self-inspiring.
Oh, no, sorry. I was talking about the red cap that he was just shooting at. Five hit. 2 wounds.
So this is,
Uh,
I mean, despite all the token burning nonsense at the end, this has been a pretty overwhelming win from Alex's side. Ryan's a good player. He's really solid from the Pacific Northwest. I just think when things started to go bad for his army against a strong undead list, when it went bad a little, it started to go bad a lot.
Yeah, the biggest thing is Ryan froze. His clan lord didn't really attack anything. His ceremonial guard didn't attack anything. One of his tyrants died.
What? Just
Firebrand just took off the vamp on peg with a nerve roll of 8 and 12.
Yeah. Get some.
5
There you
hits,
go.
5 wounds. Well, that's those rolls you were talking about, Ray. All hit, all wound boxcars.
Game's easy when you do that.
Why did he re-roll the 8? I thought 8.
He had
He already
enough
had-
total with. Yeah.
Yeah, so 8 plus 5 is what, 13, 14?
No, he already had 4 wounds on him, so 8 plus it would have been 8 plus 9, which
Okay.
would have been 17 enough.
But yes, that's what needed to happen earlier against that regiment of souls. Soul Reapers.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't expect that. And so, yeah, back on while we were talking to, he did 2 wounds on the Necromancer, popped him first roll, then Snake Eyes the second roll.
Mm-hmm.
But not
So now we're what, bottom?
Bottom of 6.
Bottom of 6. I can change that.
So Alex moves up and takes the token, stands on it. If there's a turn, he's going to try and take off those tyrants with catapults. Does he have a charge on him with any whites?
He has a charge on him with Soul Reavers.
Oh, then yeah, it doesn't matter. Does he have a charge on the Phoenix?
Yeah, these are facing him.
The white facing them.
At least I think so. Yeah, they are.
Okay, so the Laquilodon's been charged. They're getting charged. Is this it? There's no turn 7 because he's tabled.
I think so. Firebrand.
Firebrand. Yeah, Firebrand.
Firebrand attacks the Soul Reavers with 1 wound, 5 wounds, rolls an 11. They're done.
He only needs 4 wounds and boxcars.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's more baby cast.
Oh, yeah, this was going to go so long that it'd be daddy daycare on here. Hello, fans.
My toddler is in the living room getting plied with treats right now. So
What, in order to keep quiet?
yeah, he thinks I'm working. That because his mom, he has such strong mom emotions. He has to, if mom's around, he freaks out if she's not with him. So she works out of the other room, and I work out of the living room because we're all work from home with the COVID stuff.
Mhm.
So now anytime he sees me on the computer, he's just like, Dada working? And I'm like, yeah, let's just keep that illusion going. Yeah, Dada's working.
Yeah, definitely can't be disturbed.
He doesn't mind disturbing me. He negotiates with me. He knows. He waits for me to be just enough into a conference call that I can't step away, and then he starts demanding treats or to watch shows and stuff. He knows how to negotiate.
So, what is the debate that's going on with Alex? Like, we're
Charge
just-
everything. Win.
Yeah. Charge everything, win.
Oh, that was a
I
flank.
guess they were talking about it being a flank.
Yeah, that must have been.
Okay.
Surely, is it? Oh yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, that looks like front to me.
Sorry. Can you zoom in? Oh, yours is
I
lagging
mean,
today, isn't
yeah,
it?
to me that looks like front.
Mm.
Yeah. If you're assuming that that central white's hand is roughly the leader point.
I don't think that central white's hand is the leader point, though.
Yeah.
So is this a deliberate Canadian optical illusion? Putting the white's hand there to create a false front, make you think it's somewhere else? A false center point?
Look, I'm just saying. We're playing on Universal Battle.
Sounds like a fair
Mark-
reason to me. You could always
Mark
pull out
your-
a ruler and measure.
Mark your center
Yeah.
point.
Mm-hmm. I've been making all my units with a little triangle at the front for the center points.
Exactly. You don't have to paint these things. It's way easier to make a Universal Battle unit than it is to make an actual unit. Give them a center point.
So his biggest thing is he's trying to figure out how to get that one in the field.
Yeah.
A really late response to Rashad. But yeah, my Vampire Lord did have Beast Slayer, but that was before they nerfed Vampire Lords to defense 5, so he was still defense 6.
So really, yeah, we're just waiting for the inevitable now, aren't we?
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan did his best to make it interesting, but now it's really just it's really a matter of how many tokens does Alex get.
Yeah, he kills the tyrants and overruns with the Soul Reavers, and as long as he gets within 9 inches of the bottom objective, he's pretty much got it, unless Firebrand steps in front of him again.
If there's a 7, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I assume Firebrand would step in front of him because Ryan seems to be playing the denying game.
Mm-hmm. So he did hit Firebrand with a
with a cannonball.
He's done 3 wounds so far.
Oh, and he's done 2 more hits.
Oh wow.
3 more wounds.
You got the rerolls though.
Oh yeah. Oh no. So 3 wounds.
So 6 total. Not enough on a nerve.
No, now nerve. That was his last one.
now
8 is 14.
14, so she's fine. She's a dash 15.
No. Hmm.
4 hits on hinder is pretty good, and 2 wounds up to 7. You'll need a 6 to break, and that'll pick up the Kilodon.
And he's within range of that token, so that'll be his regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Brenton's frozen or just really still? Oh,
Really
no, there he
still.
is. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into this. I'm pretty sure the 7 people watching are just Matt and Ray in there so they can see the comments. Yeah. I'm reading work emails. Sorry. full disclosure. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry. This one's gonna get me fired for the big game on Sunday. Mike Adkins show up and be like, I saw you 3 hours and 46 minutes into the last game. You weren't paying enough attention. You're off the team.
They've timed it well, haven't they? Getting table 2 and 3 done before game 1. So, it's all relying on that last game. We might top out at 30 viewers.
So none of that was actually planned. What we basically just said is, hey, Tom and what is it, Matt? Can you play on like an available time? And then they said, we're available anytime. And I said, how about Sunday? Entirely for my own scheduling purposes. And they agreed. So it worked.
So they've gone to 7.
And Sunday's a good day for
I'm looking at it as if this is our sports replacement, why not just make it Sunday and go the full sports replacement?
Honestly, the biggest downside is it being on Father's Day. But then again, that might be helpful in all the dads who are like, you know what, I want to watch this instead.
It's an upside for me. Like I am able to say, hey, I am doing this cast. Please take care of the child.
Yep, that's my Father's Day gift.
It's not rude because it's Father's Day. I wish I had something better to ask for, but a few hours to do a gaming cast.
Right. You just picked up Firebrand, so that is an official tabling.
Yeah, so Ryan just moved Firebrand away instead of blocking the Soul Reavers. Soul Reavers moved down, took the token, and then the Catapults got Firebrand.
Freaking Catapults, yeah.
And then that's the end of the game. So what do we want to ask these guys at the end? I guess we want to ask about whether burning that token was a deliberate or not burning the token.
Yeah.
Why did you move?
Burning the token.
Alex, why do you bring such an unpleasant list?
I mean, and this is sort of when people ask about the power of the undead list, this is sort of one of its, because I look at this list and this list doesn't even feel tuned. I mean, it is, I'm sure, but it just sort of feels like I'll take some of these, they're good. I'll take some of these, they're good. I'll take some of these, they're good. And I'll take 3 of these. And it works because it's such a strong list.
Yeah. I was talking to Tag after he had his kind of thing about, Soul Reavers shouldn't be able to take things off in one turn, but I don't mind things being able to take off in one turn. Most of the undead is that you can construct it in any way you want. That's where its real power is, isn't it?
You can like there's 3 or 4 top tier undead archetypes right now. And most other armies are looking at 1 if they have a top tier archetype. So I don't know what the answer is. And it could just be like, hey, undead being good is normal. Like it was that way in V2. It's not a big deal. It is still probably one of the better Mantic ranges. So keep selling those models. But
Thomas is saying that undead is playing Kings of War in easy mode.
who's saying that?
Thomas is saying that.
Okay. I thought you meant Tom Annis, and I was like, he's the one trying to say it's not. But
No, yeah, this Thomas is saying that Tom Annis is wrong.
I
But he
trust
has to, a couple of years before he can prove that on the tabletop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, consider yourself grudged, Thomas.
I don't think those words are going to wipe the smile off Alex's face though. With the big 25.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah. Look at that handsome face. How can you begrudge him playing undead? You know.
are we
Well,
talking about Thomas or Alex?
Yeah,
Oh,
Thomas. Yeah.
No, Alex for
That's
sure.
what we're after creating all the multi bases in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he was manscaping.
That's the front yard. It's the one big multi-base. It's my army display board. It's about 22 feet wide. The neighbors are really confused about all the miniatures that are in with the plants, but
Do you have dwarf gnomes, like a vampire gnome and ghouls and
you know what? I think that might be something my wife would actually. Okay, we'll be on the hunt.
I didn't think you actually painted miniatures. I thought you just played broken lists on New B.
Oh no, this is based on what I have, the models that I have. I'm just as cheesy in real life.
well, to be fair, Alex, normally you play Ratkin, so it's like, oh, comment on Alex because he's playing Ratkin, and it's like,
Yeah.
I'm like, you're Canadian, but
Leaning a little hard on my Canadian sportsmanship bonus.
Alex,
We
At least
we
until
are
other games of you are the highest attrition right now of of Universal Battle Call to Arms. You've killed
We're
12,055 points.
Tom Robinson was like 1,000 points ahead of me though. So
we are currently questioning your Canadianness though.
Dual
You don't like
citizenship.
hockey. You don't like hockey.
That's correct.
What is your opinion on Canadian
Do you like-
geese?
Canadian geese.
Yes.
They are mostly obnoxious.
Okay.
what about curling?
Curling, I have curled. I spent
Okay.
2 years in high school curling, so I got some cred.
That helps.
Yeah, that's definitely Canadian points.
How much of your current daily intake is maple syrup?
I probably have maple syrup at least twice a week.
Okay. And then finally, opinions on Tim Hortons.
I am not a fan of their coffee, but I will eat their donuts.
That's not a great answer. Their donuts are terrible.
They are, but I am a sucker for donuts. I'll eat any donut pretty much.
Okay. I think you barely held your dual citizenship, but you're there might be a Mountie having a word with you soon.
If you were Canadian enough, you could tell that you would be on thin ice.
Yeah, I don't go on ice.
Have
Me
we,
and skates don't get along.
have we lost Ryan?
He said he's on his way.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so you
I know
know, Alex, we've just gone 3 minutes 53 of 3 hours 53 of live streaming. So
I'm happy
Okay,
to provide
cool.
you with such content.
yeah, my
Well, Ryan,
my dreams of a post game nap have been dashed.
Yeah, I know Ryan and I have played a few times before, and the games are usually a little long, and he had to skip out, so they added like a little half-hour break in the middle.
So I'm recycling something from the chat, but I was clean shaven when this started.
That's just like showing your dwarven
It was fully
roots.
dark before, and now it's fully light.
Yeah. There you go.
The sun has fully come up and is now setting again on Matt.
That's what the future looks like out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got a future man.
Alex, I do have to say congratulations on that win. It was well done.
Thank you, sir.
I had some questions. I was looking at the list. I'm like, you only have one source of surge, 2 inspiring. You're running a bit thin, but it all worked.
I'll give Corey Reynolds a bit of credit last year for inspiring me to run Ratkin with no inspiring. It's like trained me well.
Fair enough.
there wasn't an. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
when no one charges you, inspiring is less important.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't mind if RevCab have to take or zombies have to take nerve checks. So, and then just try to prevent everything else from taking them.
Okay, it looks like we got Ryan swinging in.
Alex,
Do
did
you
you
normally deploy so centrally?
I don't actually. We were actually joking because he was saying he doesn't deploy that spread out usually, and I'm like, I always do a weighted flank and just roll in and twist. And but today I was like,
We can sort of hear you.
Yeah, but you're frozen a little bit. And Alex, did you start the panic when Ryan started, knowing that you need a big win? Did you start the panic when Ryan started burning tokens?
I did do a little extra mental math at that moment. I'm like, don't burn that one, don't burn that one. I'm like,
Brinton was he was sitting there going, I would be burning all the tokens. I'd be burning them all.
yeah.
I would be as petty as possible. I would have tried to burn the central token just to see if you were paying attention.
I expect that from you.
It would have been everything. It would have been like, oh, if you get a big win here, you get the podium. Burn them all.
Burn it to the ground. No, that's the last time I played this was against. I think I've only played this scenario once in third, and my opponent like burnt everything, and then had 6 cannons. So I was like, it didn't go well. Just like funneled me into the middle and killed me.
Name names. Who was that?
Oh, that's John McCready. He knows who he is. Co-conspirator on my dirty lists. I got to give Jesse, John, and Keith some props for putting up with my back and forth on what to take this week.
So it looks like we might have trouble getting Ryan in.
Oh, he's coming back.
Here we go. No, I was in
There we go.
I was sitting in the car and I was in a dead spot, no cell service.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we wanted to ask Ryan. Oh, you go, Pat.
Whenever you had the ancients moved up to that objective, it seemed like you were going to burn it, and then you didn't. Was that intentional, or did you decide that you want to try to hang on to it?
When was that?
The bottom right token.
Early on.
The
the
bottom
middle
right one
when
I
it was
did
turned
burn.
to it. Yeah, the one above that one. Not the one in by the obstacles, but the one that's the board on the right side.
I'm pretty sure he was contesting it. I think he had a.
So you had earlier in the game. You had a time where your ancients had moved up, and I think he was out of range. It looked like it was just agents there.
I must have just missed it then. At that point, my focus was not really on the objectives. I was trying to get back into the game. My big error was I don't know if you guys saw it, but on turn 2, when I positioned all the stuff in the lower left,
Mhm.
the rhinosaurs and the tyrants were less than an inch away, so I couldn't disengage the rhinosaurs and shuffle them to allow both tyrant hordes to charge.
Yeah, and I noticed that, and it's that zombie horde essentially stalled your entire left flank, which unfortunately was most of your army.
Yep, I could have charged that with one tyrant horde, and the other one could have charged the whites that it charged. But if I kill that zombie horde in one turn, I can sacrifice that tyrant horde and put, if it doesn't kill the whites. And ever since then, it was just, and then I moved my dragon across the board to heal it, and I forgot while I moved it across the board and moved the phoenix up and tried to fireball the whites. I learned my lesson today. I was trying to do too much.
Okay, yeah, because
Yeah, we were kind of debating the positioning
All right,
of your
guys.
fire drake at the start. was it the whole thing you wanted to bait his Rev Cav into that charge? And then Alex looked like at first he wasn't taking that bait. And we're all going,
I was okay either way, because if he charged me, then I could do what I did and charge the Ancients and back up the Drake. And then the Drake is safe to go run around and do what it wants. And if he doesn't charge, then my Drake can get behind his lines. So for me, I was like, I'm only investing 2 units over there, and if I can even slow him down and get a little win over there, then it's totally worth it, because he's invested more over there than me. But for that to work, I had to not blow it on the left side. I really like looking at my turn. I think it was turn 2 or 3. I forget. It was turn 3 when I looked at it. I'm like, I felt really good. And then I'm like, wait a second. I can't do any of what I positioned to do. And I liked what I had set up. If I could have done what I thought I had set up, barring, some horrible dice, I'm pretty sure I win that left flank. And then there's 3 objectives over there. So yeah, that just that flank turned from a win to a big loss, and that I think is what turned it. And Alex is a good player, so he capitalized on it. When you're playing on top tables, you can't make mistakes like that because they'll make you pay for it.
Yeah, I just needed to try and slow it down, because as soon as I saw everything over there, I'm like, I just need to try to jam it up on my part, and then he kind of helped a little bit on his part, so that just kind of slow it down so that I could get, the Soul Reavers were not in a great position for most of the game, but they kind of just were patient. I was patient with them, and then how slowly the left, or how jammed up the left got for Ryan, helped me get the rest of my army over.
Yeah, and then just for the tabling at the end, managed to roll a nice amount of 6s on your catapult.
Yeah,
that was I was saving it for the very end, I guess. I was like, what?
I would have been dying inside if I was you at that point, Ryan.
at that point, I made my mistake, and then the dice are like, we're gonna make you pay for it. We're gonna rub it in. Yeah. I think I rolled 3 snake eyes and a 3 for
checks. Yeah,
I rolled 3. Yeah, and I'm like, and then he rolls a 10, a 9, and I'm like, and then the one of the catapults rolled 4 6s in a row to hit on 2 back-to-back turns. It rolled 6 6 6 6. I'm like, okay, there's no coming back from this one.
Yeah.
All right, guys. But and that's not to take anything away from Alex. He played well. I made a misposition of a fraction of an inch in my movement, and he capitalized on it and made me pay. So
this is the 4th time I think we played in a UB tournament, and I'll take it because they're always really close games. So
yeah, I think I've won.
Happy for the.
Yeah, no, I honestly had a good time playing you. I think I won the first 2, and you've won the last 2.
Yeah.
Just play undead instead of rats, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, the switch has helped quite a bit against you. Yeah,
I struggle against undead.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
We are going to have to go ahead and call it an end. We have another live stream for those people. And if you drive up.
Is that Tom Anderson and Ed Herzig?
Sam.
Or is that coming up? Or is that already started?
One of them's already started. Yeah, Tom's has already started about a year ago, so they're probably in the later turns right now. Thank you all very much for letting us watch your game and peek over your shoulder. And good job, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate everyone's patience for those who stuck it through. And, there's